action, of turning every decision into a real impact. The future is designed here, and it starts with you and with me. Together, we will shape a new paradigm. The future starts here with each of us. You know that the next decade will bring more progress and innovation than the last 100 years. Is Latin America and the Caribbean ready for that? We are living moments of technological hyper acceleration that are unprecedented in humanity, promoted by the exponential progress of technologies. AI is transforming everything, is generating a significant impact in employment and in our society. It is said that the AI market will be $15.7 trillion in 2030. In this era of artificial intelligence, what challenges is our region facing? We are living systematic disruption moments in our markets and industries. We are living through moments of a lot of unemployment and gap in skills in our region. We see that the different countries have lost competitiveness and the poverty has increased. And we also see that there is a deep disconnection between the public, private, and academic sector, and forums like these are key to be able to bring these worlds together and create policies that allow for the progress of the region. Latin America has some digital challenges. It's said that technology is something that makes access to opportunities something democratic, but if we don't work so that in every corner of the region there is an internet connection, this gap is going to widen because nowadays technology allows us to increase access to healthcare, education, funding, and consumption. And while the world is moving at an accelerated pace, we continue many times holding on to the ideas of the 20th century because technology is moving in multiples, and we think in a linear manner. We need to create a sense of urgency in our countries that mobilizes us, that mobilizes resources and talent, because knowledge is our new mining, and collaboration is a new power. Because the most important product is not under the soil, it's inside of us. And there are voices that have anticipated the future. 20 years ago, there was an important movement of entrepreneurs that started conquering the opportunities of Latin America, connecting it with technology. These are the famous unicorns that we could hear some of them over here in this forum. Do you recognize some of them? What do they have in common, these entrepreneurs? First of all, a deep love for our region. Second, resilience. They've failed, they've gone bankrupt, they started again and again until they did it. They have a global vision with capacity for a local execution because they know the fragility of the systems, and it's there where they identify the opportunities to create value. It's people that have cultivated specific knowledge of businesses and the technological world, and the most important thing is that they don't just stay there with ideas, they make things happen. This is so deep the love is so deep, and it's the same one that mobilized me in the last 13 years to bring that singularity vision to Latin America, uh, to contribute, to anticipate, so that those who make the decisions in the private and public sector, in the academia, because this knowledge has to be democratic, and this knowledge will allow us to prosper as a region. That's why I got together with each of the decision makers, because one decision from a decision maker generates a multiplying effect in terms of impact. When I studied in Silicon Valley, I was the first one of the first Latin Americans in using studying in singularity. There were very few women in technologies knowledge. We were three, and I thought of creating a global movement called Her Global Impact, where we have delivered knowledge and tools to professional entrepreneur women, so that they can develop social entrepreneurship and reinvent themselves in the digital era. And that is how we see that these women have managed to capture the big opportunities, these strategic assets that our countries and our region have. What are those strategic assets that we need to strengthen? We are a continent that is rich in natural resources. We are so as rich as Dubai in power. We have a lot of resilient talent. We have great opportunities to develop innovations, because we are sitting on an innovation lab for the world, where every new technology that is born can be operated, and we can get the best learnings, because we are not only consumers of technology, we are builders of new services leveraged by technologies and solutions that can change the lives of millions of people. In the coming 10 years, as I said, we will see a series of advances in our humanity. We see how robotics are more sophisticated, and they are going into different spaces in the economy of care. We see that technology through nanotechnology is getting connected with the human brain, and this will allow us to amplify certain vision capacities, hearing capacities. We see that data platforms will be alive. I don't know if you heard that recently Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos announced that they will build data centers in space. Did you hear that? It seems like crazy, but it's not that crazy, because they have access to solar energy, which is unlimited. And as in the past, the telecommunications industry launched satellites to connect each other. Nowadays, computer technology will use data centers from the space. And then there is a series of technologies that are transforming the world. And these entrepreneurs, these unicorns that 10 to 20 years ago anticipated the future, we need to identify what are these voices in Latin America that anticipate the coming 10 years and will generate solutions from our region to the world. The coming innovations wave will be from the understanding of reality, the fragility of our region, and from the biggest pains there are the best opportunities. The founder of Singularity said, you want to become a multimillionaire or a billionaire, solve a problem that impacts a billion people. We will see businesses mobilized by purposes that seek to generate an impact from Latin America to the world, using technology as a lever to create a more inclusive society and generate technology from Latin America to the world. And they are some of the voices that have been born here, that have been born thanks to the support of BitLab. Do you recognize some of them? Now you will have the possibility to listen to the We Exchange innovators. They have a lot of innovations with an impact in the base of the pyramid and in society. Can we create a social unicorn model, or is it too crazy to think about that? We need to see more leaders that um, show this national pride. I will invite you to travel, and I want to travel to Denmark, to Silicon Valley, to Singapore, and to Dubai. Uh, I've been privileged because I've had the privilege to live in Denmark and in Silicon Valley, and I've been in Singapore and in Dubai. What can we learn from these geographies? These geographies invite us to think about transformational and massive purposes. Denmark empowers the world to build societies where well-being, sustainability, and happiness are the true metrics of human progress. Silicon Valley accelerates human evolution to inspire every innovator to solve the big challenges of the planet. Singapore has generated the educational model that is the most powerful, and it's the main asset of their citizens. And Dubai invites us to imagine a world showing that the vision, the long-term vision and action can transform the future. But of course, you could think, well, it's impossible. These are developed economies, we are emerging countries, but what makes us different? What can we learn? There's something about mindset, and I want to ask, what is the transformational purpose of your country? Is that clear to you?
In Latin America, we have very, very large challenges. We have a continent with 27% of poverty, 20% of youth unemployment, and 40 to 50% of susceptibility of the automatization of employment. By 2030, there will be 3.2 million of teachers and a deficit of 3.2 million teachers. Will we have the courage to transform these challenges into an opportunity for innovation? AI will definitely change everything. And if we don't generate the necessary public policies, we will be left out of this race, because we're going into an era where our labor force is weakened and our education system is extremely fragile. I'd like to awaken each and every one of you this sense of urgency, because innovation begins with a change in mentality. And I want to ask you to think 10 times bigger. When the President of the United States made the decision to create a moonshot, meaning in the 70s, when they said we're going to reach space and we're going to be the first ones, there wasn't even the necessary technology to do so. But that decision moved a whole country, a whole nation, to change the technology for the world. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do, to think 10 times bigger. What is a moonshot for our region? And I'm going to leave you here today with a big challenge. What would happen if we were to transform that 27% of individuals who live in poverty? What if we turned them into people who were knowledgeable in technology so they can lend their services to the rest of the world? What if we switched that 27% of unemployed youth and we turned them into programmers, experts in biotechnology, to generate talent from Latin America for the rest of the world? And what would happen if we made up our minds so that in the next 10 years we develop technology that is so sophisticated to turn us into the main exporters of agro into the world. Are we prepared as a region to conduct an upskilling and reskilling of individuals? It is incredibly challenging to promote moonshops, and you need a lot of courage to achieve this. And this challenge is not a technological one. This is a cultural challenge. And we need leaders, people who mobilize to inspire this generation to make things happen. Because the future of Latin America is built today with you and with me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barbara, for this lecture or for your remarks, because it definitely makes us think about the possibility of technologies, and we need to really take advantage of everything we can. Through this forum, we've been able to highlight what we do and the development of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the opportunity to improve the quality of life for the population. We are now going to inspire ourselves with a key dimension for sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. What is the role and participation of women for the ecosystems of innovation and entrepreneurship? Access to capital and networks by the entrepreneurs of the region is a permanent challenge, especially in science, technology, engineering, and math. And so BitLab promotes the We Exchange initiative, and that is a call that takes place once a year that has three specific objectives, and that is to give tools and visibility to founding women and startup leaders, turning their stories into sources of inspiration for future generations of entrepreneurs. Connect them with investors, mentors, and key organizations that allow them to multiply their impact and expand their companies. The 2025 call has been possible thanks to Wi-Fi and the coordination of AVP Ventures. Our most sincere appreciation to these two agencies, because obviously we've been able to help 422 startup founders to raise capital, and to we've been able to collect almost $400 million. So that is definitely a tremendous opportunity for investors hoping to diversify their portfolios. Participants, as things have moved forward in the different stages, participants have received feedback, strategic vision, and connections with over 50 venture capital funds that each year participate in the selection process of We Exchange, and whom we also thank for their valuable support. This year, We Exchange is proud, having received applications from startup founders and leaders from practically every country in the region, as we may see in the map on the screen. These innovative stores or companies are technology and science-based in sectors of high impact, such as education, health, financial inclusion, biotechnology, agriculture, weather, and clean technologies. This is a moment in time that is incredibly exciting, and now we'll get to meet the 5 finalists of We Exchange 2025. They're up here on the screen, so big round of applause. We'd like to, and who we congratulate most definitely for the innovation that they are developing to transform every single industry and generate positive impact. Each founder will have 4 minutes to present here today their startup, and at the end of their presentations, we will be able to share their QR code with which you'll be able to have access to their contact information. So we encourage you to pay attention so that you can get to meet these wonderful women. And what a wonderful way to explore new opportunities for collaboration. So I'm pleased and honored to introduce to you Eloisa Arrarte, CEO of Polímera, Uruguay. Welcome, Eloisa.
Hola, ahí, muchas gracias. Bueno, les vengo a contar de
So I'm here to share about Polymera. We're a biotechnology startup who is focused on developing new materials using three pillars: high performance, low cost, and sustainability. We take renewable resources to renew biomaterials that after their life cycle biodegrade and go back to nature without leaving a trace. Why is this important? Because modern life makes it so that we depend for single-use products. And after their use, because they're generated with plastic, they don't biodegrade and they come into the environment and they generate pollution. Then we also have cleaning products that those of you who are parents know that you can't be recycled, can be composted, and can be thrown into open air dumps. So per minute, 300,000 diapers are discarded every minute. And so if we think the first disposable diaper used in the history of humanity still hasn't degraded. The cleaning industry is aware of this and they're trying to create more sustainable products. However, there's a key element which is the super absorbent, which is a material that nowadays doesn't have a biodegradable alternative in the market. And that's at the heart of these products. It absorbs and retains liquid inside them. In the case of diapers, you can come up to 500. It can be up to 550% of the plastic footprint. So this is a 15 billion USD opportunity to provide a solution for these products. Polymera, we have a breakthrough. We were able to produce this polymer naturally that can provide new absorbent. This makes the process a lot simpler. It doesn't need quite as many chemicals as the traditional products. This bacteria is unique, and it is actually one of the first products that have super absorbent qualities, and that we've discovered in nature. Its ability to absorb is much higher than any commercial product out there, and so that's why we're trying to work with this material. Based on this, we developed our first product, which is Quimera SAP, which is a biodegradable super absorbent polymer with a production process that is very simple and scalable, and at the same time, the industry doesn't have to make much changes to, or a big change to include our material. We're talking about a $15 billion value, which is initially focused on the hygiene industry, but can also be used in agriculture to improve irrigation in crops. And so we're working with the hygiene industry, but also can be used in agriculture. We have a B2B business model by selling our products to the industry, but also licensing the technology. And as markets, we have Latin America, because closely are to our partners and the pilots that we have been talking to, but also United States and Europe, given the demand of consumers for more sustainable, consumer demand for more sustainable products. This is our founding team. We have over 20 years experience in microbiology, biopolymer, sustainable industrial processing, and we created Polymera because we share the same vision to transform all that science that exists in Uruguay and all throughout Latin America for real applications that not only can have an impact in the region, but rather for the world. We have investors for Company Builder and Technology, which is the largest of biotechnologies in Latin America. We're working in the product development, and now we're seeking funds to scale our production so that we can conduct our pilot projects and to promote our platform, and not only for this product, but for others. This is only the beginning. Our potential is huge in applications, as I mentioned, agriculture, bioplastics, food, and cosmetics. Accompany us in our path to provide a world free of plastic. Thank you. Thank you, Eloisa Arrarte. And now it's time to meet Patogenix AI and her founder, Eugenie Addison from Jamaica. Thank you. Welcome.
Can you put this? Yeah.
Bienvenida, Eugene.
Welcome, Eugenie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eugenie Addison. I am the CEO and founder of Pathogenis.ai. So I have spent over 5 years working as a medical researcher across several hospitals in Argentina. And over time, what I have witnessed is these invisible threats that are lurking in the air, where your own environment isn't safe. And the ones that suffer the most are the doctors and the patients. They are the ones at risk from these airborne diseases and toxic gases, where this problem isn't rare, it's everywhere. Truth is, there are 17 million people who die each year due to airborne diseases. That causes the government worldwide to spend $18 trillion, which affects 6% of the world GDP. I even lost my dad, who passed away from chronic bronchitis, and it is due to the poor indoor air quality in his workplace. I'm standing here to let you know we need to stop this. Our mission is providing people a cleaner air to breathe in. And that's why we built the world's smartest indoor air quality monitor, Pathogenis.ai. We use this nanotechnology with AI where we are able to detect type A influenza virus, Legionella bacteria, formaldehyde, and gases such as carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. We remove these polluted air to cleaner air, and we collect these data that is monetized. We sell these units for just $100, and so far, we have 400 persons that subscribe and pay $50 per month. So we help companies with higher productivity by help reducing the amount of sick days that are taken from their workers. So unlike other air purifiers and that are slower and efficient, our AI technology is smarter, faster, and efficient. So we got our first breakthrough when we were able to solve one of our customers. It's in Cancun, Mexico. They had guests that died from carbon dioxide gas poisoning. We were so happy we were able to solve their issue, and from this, that's how we generated $1 million in revenue, where 100% is through referral. We deployed over 10,000 units, and right now, we secure major partnership with 2 major hotels that wants 20,000 units. So our estimated revenue is $2 million. So the market opportunity is huge. We're not only about selling units, we're actually building a $20 billion company. There are 100 million rooms that are found in hospitals and hotels worldwide. We're focusing on the 60 million rooms that are in the hospital and hotel worldwide. So our estimated revenue is $40 million. So we have a worldwide patent that covers the architecture of the hardware and the AI software. So trust is built by the market. We're not only about technology, it's proven that it works. The last 2 years, we have had a 0% churn rate. We have 4,000 paying customers with our no sales team. We have a 75% gross profit margin in the last 18 months. We have made over 800,000 US dollars in revenue and secured 2 major hotel partnerships that will give us a revenue of 2 million US dollars. So we're growing and we're ready for the next step, and that's where you guys come in. We're looking to raise $3.5 million that will be used towards the secure contract we have for the expansion of our team and platform, where we can easily make, within 18 months, over 50 million US dollars. So let's help build and create a healthy, safer environment, one breath at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you, Eugenie.
Eugene.
Thank you
Vamos
so
ahora
much, Eugenie.
a darle la
Now we
bienvenida
would
a
like to
Mónica
welcome
Ramos,
Monica Ramos, CEO
de
of
Musa de
Musa,
Perú.
Peru. Welcome, Monica. Hi, I'm Monica, co-founder of Musa. Musa was born with the intent of closing gaps in education, and we were born with under a context of COVID. In 2021, our first challenge was to help entrepreneurs acquire new skills, help them adapt their businesses, and attract, set up their digital infrastructure, and we were just getting out of COVID. So one thing we realized is that a lot of them were in rural contexts, and we needed to, and they used their phones only to make calls. So they were really digitally illiterate. And when we looked at their content, they didn't have the context to allow them to apply what they learned on a day-to-day basis. This isn't just a problem for entrepreneurs, but rather 80% of the workforce of the region does not work in front of a computer in a very similar reality, such as the one we found. But here we found an opportunity out in the countryside. We found that a lot of people have access to a smartphone, to a prepaid plan with WhatsApp free, and that people are already using this, meaning there isn't any actual need to teach them how to use a new tool. And that's how we created Musa, under the umbrella of being able to reach people with what they have at a technological level, their mobile phone, WhatsApp, and through a learning methodology that seeks to build above that what they already own and make sure that change can reach them. Now with AI, this experience becomes more and more personalized, and it can take place anywhere, anytime. So we work with different organizations and companies, and we co-design the learning experience and the contextualization where this takes place. We use WhatsApp as our main training channel. We contextualize learning, assess within the same tool, and actually issue certificates automatically for users. Our business model is B2B. The companies we work with pay pago fides etapa at the beginning, and then a subscription model per month per user, and also being able to reach your users in the most remote areas in Latin America. They can obtain the data and the traceability they need to track learning. We work with over 40 organizations in the region, and we were able to train over 500,000 people amongst clients, suppliers, beneficiaries, and even workers. We operate mainly in Latin America. 9 out of 10 people who begin a Musa micro course graduate with a 4.85 average, and this year we are implementing our first pilot in Senegal, which has been very challenging. However, we are a multidisciplinary team with different and vast knowledge, and we're all fiercely convinced that education is the most important tool for social mobility in the region and the world. I now ask that you scan that QR code, and there you'll have access to a demo. It's going to open up a conversation in WhatsApp, and just say hi, and just say hola, and then you may have access to any of the courses that we have. My request today is that if you have any organization or anything that may present a challenge, capacity building, all of this, you can definitely call me.
Muchísimas gracias a ti.
Thank you, Monica. Congratulations. And from Argentina, it's turn now for Marina Simeon, CEO for Oncolic. Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Marina Simeon, co-founder and CEO of Oncolic. 50% of adults will experience cancer at some point of their lives, and through their most recent technologies, half of these people will actually receive a late diagnosis, meaning that the large majority will die before 5 years. Our solution for this problem is a blood test based on PCR and machine learning for the early detection of multiple types of cancer. Our first product is for breast cancer, and we hope that in the following years we'll be able to address the main cancer types that lead to the death of so many. The size of the mark for this product, just considering Latin America, North America, and Europe, is approximately $78 billion. Our launch into the market has taken place by providing services from our central labs. Once we have approval for 15 PCR, we'll go on to distribute them globally, and we'll provide our clients a data processing services through a cloud. The lead company in this area is Grail with its Gallery product. Gallery is a blood test on the market for multi-cancer detection. 50% average sensitivity for 50 cancer types, meaning that if they test 100 people that have cancer, they'll only detect 50. Sensitivity for breast cancer is 30%, and the other ones is 80%. We have been able to establish collaborations with 22 medical institutions in Argentina where we run the test trials, the clinical trials. Our first patent is in a national phase. We are currently building our first model lab in the city of Buenos Aires, completely automated, and then we will replicate this in other countries of the region the more we expand commercially. And we've also provided massive testing using technologies. So using different technologies. In this sense, the first thing that we do is cost effectiveness test, and what we provide is a point-to-point solution where we take care of the logistics, the tests, and even following on the cloud of the whole process. In that sense, we will bill this year approximately $130,000, and in the next year we will be launching our product, Oncolic Breast, and we hope to sell approximately 60,000 trials, especially in Argentina, which is our main market, and that will allow us to bill approximately $2 million. We are right now closing our sit round, and so I bequeath you to please pay attention for next year and what's going to happen to us, where we hope to open Series A. And I also ask you to look if you're really if you would be interested in implementing this in your own countries, because we're not only focusing on the cost effectiveness of the public health system, but rather on the actual health of people, and so that these type of diseases don't have any real impact on our national economies. This company was founded by me and Dr. Adriana de Servi. We have over 60 years in cancer research. Alvaro Pontija, he leads the commercial area. He's a director in biological sciences, has an MBA, and 30 years of trajectory in multinational companies and rare diseases. This is our team, our advisors, the awards we've won in the past 5 years, and the institutions that accompany us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mariana. And now we'd like to ask Mercedes Vidal, founder of Kipu, Colombia. Welcome. I'm CEO and co-founder of Kipu. My company is in Colombia with Argentinian roots. I'm going to share what we're doing, and that is to create the first credit bureau for informal economy. We found that the true problem of access to loans is due to the fact that there is no available information. The risk, for the most part, is assessed to determine to figure out if we paid or not a loan in the past, but they don't have any information in our future. And that problem hits the informal economy much more because they haven't been able to gain credit in the past or because their credit history was damaged. Informal economies for us are from urante, as we call it in Argentina, meaning the hard worker. And here, yeah, in a hard worker who, and this can go from the beauty salon who takes care of the people in the neighborhood to, any regular housekeeper. To be able to give these people access to credit, we have to figure out a way to solve the risk. Right now, global companies like Transpedia take care of the data analysis. And they're in the business of saying no, besides the fact that it takes such a long time for them to review it. And we see natural persons or we see legal persons. You either have a business or you're employed. So in Kipo, we're in the business of saying yes. We use data in real time, data that is from the present that will allow us to improve credit score in months, if not weeks. And and these, we're not talking about legal persons or natural persons. They're all our workers and our friends. We have a multidisciplinary team that leads through purpose. And so in the last years, we have been able to show that anything is possible. We can definitely assess credit risk by using alternative information. We use first-party data and unstructured formats like videos, images, social media, use of cell phone and text messaging to determine in seconds what is the risk of a microbusiness or of an independent worker. One of our scores is based on text messaging, where we did a sort of open banking, but not that they don't have to create a bank, but rather we know the transactionality and the behavior that a person is having on their day-to-day.
We also replaced this traditional visit that microfinance companies do to small businesses with computer vision, where we assess videos of the businesses, the stock, the location, and the potential of that business in that locality. And the third score that we have developed, it looks at social media, Instagram, Facebook of the businesses. We look at the videos, images, and all the interaction of the social media. And in the last years, what we found is that there is correlation between the behavior of the businesses digitally and their payment or not payment. They detect the risk in seconds. It's less than 15 minutes. You can use your phones and the process is completely automated. We've reached every corner of Colombia with two companies, Niki and Claro. We have disbursed over $7 million, and this is how we train models. We generate a profitable placing model for loans. Nowadays, we have 20,000 active clients with a loss model below what a microfinance company can have. And this allowed us to generate an ARR of $2.5 million that turns us into a profitable company. But we didn't stop there. We want this to escalate more. That's why our theory of change is that if we show it and other entities start to use it, then we will be able to double that approval percentage, but with financial products that are more fair than the ones that we can give with traditional banking system. We have active pilots with the main wallets of Colombia, microfinancial companies like Promujer and other cooperatives, but right now we are serving 200 people in the day-to-day. We are getting over 200 people from these shark loan people. We want to work outside of Colombia to expand our solution. We are actively trying to find funding to place more credit in Colombia, and we have just closed a reach 6 plus, where we have raised over $4 million in equity funding. So if you want to talk, if you want to bring that solution to you, please come and we will talk. Thank you very much to these five entrepreneurs with these business models. Congratulations. It's completely inspiring. We have the code for it to be scanned. And now I invite you that so that you get ready for a conversation that goes beyond. We are going to explore a scenario that is happening in other regions of the world, but in our region we cannot ignore it. I will tell you that in our next session we have what would happen if innovation and technology promote tourism as the next growth for engine in America and the Caribbean. We will analyze how digitalization, smart investment, and technological solutions can transform tourism in a strategic engine for sustainability and economic growth, not only in El Salvador, but in the region. We will see what the countries have done and what are the lessons to be replicated and the opportunities that we are leaving on the table. Están poniendo la música, no se puede. We will welcome right now Ángel Niño. He is the council of the City Hall of Madrid from the innovation area. And also we have Federico de Arteaga, president of the Ibero-American Network of Smart Touristic Destination, Kela Delgado, specialist in commerce, investment, and tourism from IDB, Eric Parrado, head director of the Central American Division of IDB Invest. And to moderate this space, we have the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Morena Valdez. Welcome. Good afternoon. It's an honor that Get Forum and the IDB has asked me to moderate this panel with such important people. We just met with some of them, but I feel that we've known each other for a long time. The panel is called "What Would Happen If Innovation and Technology Promote Tourism as the Next Engine for Growth of the Region." 80% of this panel that doesn't read the questions just like me, so this is going to be completely spontaneous. I also want to emphasize on the relevance of tourism for regional growth in Latin America and obviously for us in El Salvador. It is very important what we have done. I will introduce my panelists. Beginning with Ángel Niño. He is a council from Madrid in the innovation entrepreneurial area in the Madrid City Hall. He is Spanish and according to Google, he was born on January 1st, just like me, just 10 years later. And he is a technical engineer in management IT, and he has a degree in business management. He started his professional career as an IT consultant and consultant for business strategy in 2010. He started as a director of different companies, and since they didn't read the questions, well, the people summarize things like this. He loves animals. The word empathy is the word that defines Angel. I hope that the friends were right. And they said that he's in politics to try to change his reality, but especially the reality of others. And we share that same feeling. And he said that you have a space called La Nave, where you have changed the lives of many people. Welcome to this panel. Thank you very much for the invitation. I don't know which one of our contacts told you this, but yes, I love animals. I love innovation, and I think that innovation is what can determine the future of cities, in my case, and of countries, in the case of El Salvador. Thank you, Angel. I will continue with Federico de Arteaga, president of the Ibero-American Network of Smart Touristic Destinations. He's from Uruguay and Mexico. It combines strength and calm. Let's guess which one is the strength and the calm. We have common friends that have said that he is a reference of the sector, and we will know why in the coming minutes. He is founder and president of the Smart Touristic Places in Iberoamerica. Jalisco is the first touristic, smart touristic destination in Latin America. I have worked in the country brands, so when they associate a word with Mexico, tequila and mariachis were the highest mentioned by Asians, European, and this is the good work that Mexico has done for the positioning of the image and the reputation of a country. I think I don't have wrong information about you, right? I didn't hear what they said, and I don't want to know. I continue with Eric Parrado, head of Central America, Mexico, Panama, and Haiti of BidInvest. He is head economist and head of the research department of IDB since March 2019. I didn't find common friends in the social media, but we do have something that unites us, sports. I see that you are passionate about sports, and you always want the paths to include everyone in whatever is happening in the world through investment in technology. Let me know if my network analysis is not good. It's good because at the end of the day, all projects that we are thinking about as a country, they are a marathon. Um, before getting into IDB, who was a professor of economy and finances in the University of Los Andes in Santiago de Chile. This was one of the first countries where I exchanged experiences in terms of country brand, and Santiago evolved a lot, and I saw how Chileans, having such a strong competition with Argentinians, they surpassed them. He is a visiting professor of Oxford University, and Keila Delgado, specialist in commerce and tourism from IDV. He is in the division of productivity, commerce, and innovation from IDV. And before telling them about their experience, I want to tell you, Kayla, my respect and admiration to you, because Kayla, he looks at loan operations that we are in charge of that from the tourism ministry. In a few months, he has to catch up with us, and she has been able to adapt to the rhythm of South City, and she's climbed the waves in the first class to turn this country into the referent of touristic development. I didn't have to stalk anyone because we see Kayla every day, and I can tell you that I want to thank you because no matter at what time do I call her, she answers, and obviously she's been able to climb the wave with us. She has 20 years of experience in attraction of investments, working in over 50 countries in Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Welcome. Thank you, Minister. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to follow the rhythm that you mark in the country, which is for the benefit of Salvadorans. So it's an honor. A round of applause for this panelist. The first question was to break the ice. I hope I broke the ice. The first question is, if you had to imagine Latin American tourism in 10 years, having integrated innovation and technology, how our touristic destinations would be. I will start with Kayla. We envision that as a Latin America with sustainable tourism that is also productive and humane, because technology has to be implemented with a purpose, and innovation for the benefit of tourism is a social activity where the ecosystem of the inhabitants and the tourists, they want a technology that is customized, but they want to experience and have the unique sensation that every touristic destination provides. Thank you, Kayla. Eric? Before imagining the coming 10 years, I will give you some context about the importance of tourism in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's 10% of the GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean, in some places more, in Mexico, Central America, and some sub-regions. And in terms of employment, 1 in 10 jobs is in tourism. And if you try to explain why tourism is important in some countries, a couple of explanations are there. One, invest the growth of the countries, connectivity, physical and digital connectivity. 3, stability and security, and the competitive prices. So hopefully these are the main 3 factors. So when we see the countries that have achieved that, guess what we found? We found El Salvador. And this means more tourism. And this means that before the pandemic, the tourism income in El Salvador was 6 to 7%. Now it represents 14% because we have a country that is growing, a country that is more stable, safer, and more connected. So the coming 10 years, we have to replicate what El Salvador has done in these 5 years. Thank you, Eric. Federico? I look at it with a lot of participation of the local communities, more scientific from a different perspective. I see technology that is more integrated. In technological intelligence is what I see. If you analyze in the smart management of a city in a touristic destination, you see that 80% is non-technological intelligence. Only 20% is technological because you have accessibility, technology, etc., and innovation. But technology is just one part of it. So I think that the complexity is coming because we have an interesting complexity to channel and prevent in models and in systems so that we have a balanced tourism, because it's not about masses of tourists or a technological camp that is the destination. You have to have a systemic balance in the complexity in destinations, because otherwise we will have big complications. Angel? Well, I think, and in Spain, thanks to tourism, we see how cities can evolve, how communities can evolve, and I look at it from a perspective. In 10 years, technology will allow us to customize. When someone from this room, this is siesta time in Spain. If we speak about tourism, when you go to a destination like El Salvador that has beautiful beaches and also other tourisms, local tourism, you take 3, 5 experiences to remember. And when you have the talk, when I go back to Madrid, they'll ask, what have you seen in El Salvador? What have you liked? The positive and customized experience. Technology will allow that with the data that they have about you and the data that they have about the country, they can offer the best service. And I give you an example on how technology can improve experiences. In Madrid, generally museums, El Prado or Thyssen, they have huge queues. Someone to go to the museum, they have to queue for 2 hours. This is a negative experience. Even if the museum is very beautiful, they'll say, well, I was there for 2 hours waiting to go in. So the startup of Madrid, what they've done, they offer to this person, well, go to the museum. It's only 30 minutes. If there is 2 hours, don't go to the museum and go to see the park. And in these 2 hours, the queue will be reduced. It improves the experience through customization and the knowledge of the destination. And that is how I think tourism will be in the coming years. Also, robotics. A round of applause. I will take a minute because we have 26 minutes, and then there is a round of questions where we'll have 5 minutes each to summarize in 3 words what our panelists said. How do they see tourism in 10 years with innovation and technology, with growth, as El Salvador has done it, but with a common word? Experience and the human factor, because without that experience, as Angel said, they will need human beings for that experience, and we have been able to do it in El Salvador, but we have a long way to go, and this has to do with education, training, and shortening the digital gap in generations where we are working in tourism, baby boomers, X, millennials, and centennials. That are in a productive life. And UN Tourism says that millennials, centennials, and Z are 60% of the productive manpower that we have in this sector. And Kayla said we see ourselves innovating, growing, and I will repeat this important word, human beings at the center of everything, because generations adapt and adjust to the technology innovations. Without that, we won't be able to grow in Latin America as other countries have done it. Tourism superpowers such as Spain Let's continue with the questions. I will start with Kayla with the policies and strategies for investments in the region. If you can summarize with your experience in a promotion of investment and tourism policies, what strategies do you think that are better to incorporate innovation and technology and tourism, and how IDB can help the countries of Latin America and take advantage of these opportunities to promote the sector with a sustainable growth? Thank you, Minister. Obviously, the business decisions, and we have Eric, who knows these decisions better, marked by the business, generation of benefits, but how the countries can contribute to this business climate or these enablers so that we can have a territory that is more attractive than the competitors. One is legal security marked with a clear framework and regulations on how to deal innovation, tourism, how we are going to promote it. We are going to give fiscal incentives. We are going to give support to training for talents so that they know how to handle technology or the common market, or we are going to create, like in Spain, Malaga, and in some other cities, sandbox of regulations where you can create technology pilots, where you can experiment in a safe environment, but um, staying on top of implementing these new innovations. So the rule of the games have to be clear, and this is a characteristic. The second characteristic is minimizing risk, how to minimize the risk from the public sector, because we can do it with the data. We have to be transparent with data. I know that you, Minister, are fighting for that. How many tourists come, when, where do they go, how much they spend, what is the typology of the tourist that comes to the country, so that the company knows what kind of business, what opportunities are there, that this data is open, transparent, that is available for the companies, and that these IDB is supporting different countries in the region. And lastly, I would say catalyzing projects, enabling projects. For example, now in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, we are putting systems of immersive realities, some buildings, how they were in 1800s, how to develop the markets. You promote the local market by an app that tells you where are the different markets. Angel talked about customization. Buenos Aires has, when you land in Buenos Aires, Federico knows about smart destinations in Latin America, but if they know that I like the cultural aspect or the sports, they have to guide me to the activities, businesses, vendors. These are actions that, from the public perspective, you can do it so that you can incentivize and attract investments that are innovative in the tourism sector and in technology. Eric, in a sector that is as fragmented as tourism, how is BID Invest transforming access to financing from the big operators to the SMEs with a more sustainable and inclusive approach? And what are the examples that how technology is allowing to come to smallest vendors and strengthen local value? Uh, I was trying to search business people in handicrafts and experts in the sector. I think that your answer will be clear, because often they say, well, this Bid Invest, Bid Lab, Get Forum is for SMEs. What is it for? And sometimes you find, I love this word, unicorns that haven't been discovered in this sector, that is the tourism sector, but in the other sectors and industries that have to do with tourism, especially with the new trends. So I'm not pressurizing you, but I want your answer on how can we make this a fragmented sector that it can have more financial inclusion and more opportunities to grow in Latin America. Thank you, Minister. We have to think that tourism has to be a state policy and not only have business people associated to tourism, but to infrastructure, energy, funding, banking system. It has to be comprehensive. And so IDB Group, it's a tool that is composed by three institutions. So we have IDB, most of you know it, which is the public part, the government part. We also have Bid Invest, which is the private part that gives funding and support to the private sector, and Bid Lab, which is the organizers of Get Forum. That show all the issues or topics of entrepreneurship, and this is what has the support of the countries. And so, depending on where do we get, that's the institution that we use. In Bid Invest, what we try to do is to get to the lowest part of the pyramid. We try to get to the SMEs, but we cannot give loans to SMEs. We have a product where we give money to a bank with certain specifications so that they can give loans to the SMEs where the owners are women, where there is an impact in the communities, there is a social impact, and the same thing we are doing in the tourism area. We are replicating this technology to do it in tourism. And for example, I give you the example of a company that is called Namu Travel that has an approach in Central America that they have this specialized for every tourist with a lot of information, smart data to try to unite consumers with SMEs. We do it through funding to Namo Travel, and what Namo Travel does is that they hire many SMEs vendors. They pay them immediately, and then the service can be delivered in 8 to 1.
And therefore liquidity arrives immediately. So this really has helped so many SMEs to be able to extend their transportation, their I don't know, their spaces, their beds. And so this type of tourism is the one that has to be increased, and the IDB Group is committed to that. I really would hope that every single entrepreneur who is here present can see this video and take note of this process, because it's very clear rules to be able to do development. Federico, I will let you be part of this group of questions, and I'll go with Angel. So, taking the example of the Madrid AI Center, like Challenge Madrid, how can initiatives of this nature promote a more sustainable tourism, a greater value, and strengthen a smart tourism sector that other countries can replicate? You lived in Madrid, so what can we copy, and how can we make the necessary adjustments? Because this is not only what another country does can fit in what we can do, particularly in El Salvador. And I don't know if Adriana came from Centro Histórico, from a historic downtown center, and so I want to leave Federico behind so he can share. We want to turn it into a smart tourism destination, and so the historic downtown, which is the most dangerous area in our country, turn it into another thing, and that's why we're working with Spanish cooperation to begin this process. But if you would be please, how did Madrid live this, and with what you've been able to see with your experience and your empathy? I was told you were super empathic. What do you think would work here in El Salvador, and specifically, so I would say for every single city in Latin America, but regardless of their context and reality, So, first and foremost, I'm going to explain what the Challenge Madrid program is, and I know that there are people here who work in there. Challenge Madrid is a public policy we implemented from the municipality of Madrid, through which, through public-private cooperation, we were able to make contact with the large corporations, or in this case, collaborators, and they suggest a city challenge on how to bring smart tourism or experience tourism into El Salvador. We convened every startup in the world, and the best one, the best one in that sector, the best solution for that problem, we were paid for to develop the MVP. So the Madrid municipality put down money so that this pilot project could take place. So with this, you have a solution or a possible solution. And I just want to share the case of Madrid's experience. Madrid, Spain, is a city. It is the capital of Spain. It's very beautiful, but we really don't have something that many capitals have, and that is a beach. So I'm not from Madrid. I'm from a small town in northern Spain, and so always tell me, oh, Madrid doesn't have a beach, and that's true. It doesn't have a beach for now. We'll see what we do. Mind you, there's something along the way that we're cooking for. There's a wave garden. No, we're going to do something bigger. We're working on something. So nobody will be able to say anymore that we don't have a beach. So, but that's not what I wanted to refer to. At the end of the day, Madrid has quite a large cultural bag. So Madrid has become one of the main tourism attractions in the world for urban areas. And why? Because the SMEs in Madrid realized that you needed to brag about your story. That you had to brag about, the story of Madrid. When you speak to any tourism in Madrid, they'll tell you, I want to go, I'm not going to say names, but I want to go to that market. I want to go to that bar. I want to go to that street. Cava Baja, Cava Alta, different streets, which at the end of the day are the life history of Madrid, and that you can have a drink that has been served as it was served 40 years back. So every city that wants to have their own personality and not turn into tourism destinations that we all know but don't really love, meaning I have nothing against multinational corporations. I respect them. I think they're great. But if you want an experience, then you have to sell your experience. El Salvador could definitely tell in that historic downtown center what happened, and you say, so this is what used to happen here, and this is what's happening now, and this is a tourist destination that wants to share their story. That's what Madrid has done. They've managed to stay in Madrid before pandemic was 1 day and a half. People would use it as an airport hub. They'd go through the museum and that's it. Now people will stay 3-4 days because of that experience, because at the end of the day, just being able to offer a history of the country, of the city is something that is well worth it. And so now tourism's arrive in Madrid, and there's a webpage that says, hey, do you want to go drinking? Do you want to watch a soccer game? And I'm not going to say any football team names, but or do you like to enjoy shopping? Then go here or there. So what I would most energetically recommend is, one, brag about your story. We all have one, and personalize the story for every single tourist. Thank you, Angel. So, according to what Kayla has said, I will go with you, Federico, now in a bit. We have to have clear rules to be able to attract investment. Eric said, he was saying, how do we prepare the SMEs to have access and include us and not exclude us? I want to say that particularly for small, medium companies, the tourism sector is 75% of the over 3,400 tourism companies that we have in place, so that 3,400 or there were 1,000 of these are in food, meaning cafeterias, pupuserias. Then we have 450 hotels that have approximately 7,500 rooms altogether. We need 10,000 rooms more because as per our national 2030 plan, we're going to have 5.5 million visitors in 2030, and therefore we don't have enough rooms, and we also do not have sufficient tour operators or tourism, transportation, that is enough. And obviously, every single industry that's around us, like food, drinks, handicrafts, all of this value chain that stands behind all this construction has been the system, the industry that has grown more because, we're building hotels, apartment buildings, Airbnb, anything having to do with tourism has a result. And that's moving all of the other industries. And, because we need the ability to develop tourism. And through all of this that we have concluded and everything that Angel has said, we need to tell our story. We have a long story to tell. We can brag about our story, but a lot of times, the SMEs self-exclude from the story because they don't feel as if they're included, because a lot of times they link that to not with that added value that their history has, but also in the capital that they may have access to. And that's where, we kind of don't reach the mark. But in a space like this makes us big because we understand, because it doesn't matter what size you are, this may go on. And this can be multiplied by the limits that you have. So having said this, Federico, given that you are the expert with a smart destinations, I'll ask a question, and I'm going to do it my way, but I am also going to read because IDB is by the book, so I got to be very obedient. So how can Latin American destinations take advantage of innovation and technology to turn into smart destinations that support and generate local. So what are the main challenges and opportunities that manage to achieve an effective integration of these tools? So give us the secret formula, what we can do as cities to really do smart destinations, and we can say, I want to invest in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and everywhere where we are missing investment. We shouldn't say Mexico because one of the countries that has the most investment, one of the greatest, things in destinations in Latin America, but the countries that need the most push. And as tourism, we see this. If every single Latin American country would take advantage of the potential that we have, then we would definitely be the Latin America trip and not Europe trip. So, yeah, I am sort of Uruguayan. I'm going to tell you what you shouldn't do. I'm not going to give you a solution because there isn't one, but we do have a couple of things to take into consideration. We shouldn't attract tourism just because tourism takes a load, and sometimes if somebody doesn't want to go somewhere, then people don't want to go to El Prado. They want to go to Thyssen. They don't want to go to Reina Sofia. They can't go in and see behind anything. If you're behind 150 Japanese with cameras, and so if we aren't able to determine how many people we can handle, then that's different. So we have to be aware of how many people we can properly welcome, and that's what we must really consider. I worked for a long time in Tequila, in Jalisco, Mexico, and there was an enormous potential for tourism, approximately 1.5 million people, and we realized that 600,000 was the optimum number, and we shouldn't welcome any more than that, because what we wanted is that any additional visitors, we wanted more sophisticated visitors. We wanted visitors that would value the authenticity, the traditions of the region of Tequila. And the first thing that should be done when you look into intelligent destinations is the vocation of the city. And how do I want to be smart? Because it's not a commodity. This is a methodology. And what they do is how you manage a smart city. So I don't like the smart city call because nobody really has a smart city. You aren't really able to reach the marginal areas of a country. You don't really go into the favelas, into the poorest areas of a city. The intelligent tourism destination, the smart thing about it is the space through which tourisms come in and out and where they stay. So this is an area defined. It is Spanish methodology that was very successful in Spain. So there's like 300,000 smart cities and destinations in Spain. You have rural beaches, large cities, small towns. And so what's important here is that in the the methodology has 5 pillars: innovation, technology, governance, accessibility, and sustainability. And like 80% is the technological side of things. So what I believe is that to define that specific tourist sector, you have to figure out, because you may grow in hotels, all the infrastructure you may want, but if you don't have any accessibility, so if you don't have any prevention models, you're going to fail as a system. And the other thing is economic sustainability. To set up a smart tourism destination, you have to understand that the initial investment, at least 30%, you need to have 30% of initial investment in every 6 years because of the economic licensing and lack of interoperability. So here we have almost the initial investment, and so if you project, then in so many years, then might not be such a great investment. So the Ibero-American network of smart tourisms, it should be an implementation network, and there must be tourism projects that are part of a network and they're integrated amongst themselves, because sometimes you go to one destination and that has nothing to do with the other one, so it has to be projects over projects. Smart investors think about project networks. So every agency must have its own, be very clear in its responsibility. There are, for example, public assets and the responsibility of the state, which need not be taken by the private. So this is part of private responsibility, and if they don't have a foundation or anything and they contribute, then they are the private investors. Privates are not in a place if they don't make money. So that's very clear. There aren't any clear projects and there's no investment, neither public nor private. And the other one are the coexisting assets, meaning communities are asking more and more to become and more involved, because what's happening with over tourism, they are tired for these people to go into their towns, to not be able to move the way they used to move before. So today, if we don't have any prevention models for communication for the community, for integration, for network projects. And the other one is the issue of complexity. That this is a system where every day everything is more and more complicated. Climate change, and this is a commodity to say. So there is just a sheer amount of large stuff that is happening, that is taking place, and that's what we're looking at. So if we don't analyze this systematically, because we also know that systems, the more complex they are, the more emerging reactions that there are. There's things we cannot foresee or anticipate. So let's try and prevent that. We can't really have any tourism if we don't have any prevention models. Today, it is just impossible. Okay, you took over the minutes for everyone else, but great. I guess you got excited. So 5 components. Let's go to a quick round, because quick questions, because you said what you needed to say. One mistake that the region needs to avoid, and then you said it all. A mistake that the region must avoid at all costs, and you said it all. You just said it. He said all the mistakes, definitely. Okay, but it's great because you said what we shouldn't do. And so now we move on to the next panelists. Angel, a key technology for tourism of the future. AI, undoubtedly. Personalization of the experience of tourism with AI, through AI, the use of macro data, meaning at the end of the day, one of the great things that any region has is that it has the data of its tourists, because now why do you think there are less and less queues in Madrid's museums? Because we realize that was happening. So by using the data, I'm going to be very brief, is the key to the success of a tourist destination. Excellent, Angel. Kayla, a strategic challenge that we should take on. think of the future in a holistic manner, we have to bring in everybody within the ecosystem into the academia. We have to bring in academia, public sector, private sector, and the community, society. I don't want to repeat the mistakes Europe did, but we have to bring in a future that contributes to value, tourism that contributes to creating new opportunities. Thank you, Kayla. Eric, message for governments on tourism and innovation. I think the most important message here is to have a long-term vision, to have a vision, a state policy that really doesn't depend on an administration. Because if we can't do that, then we can't plan ahead. So we have to plan for tourism not only as an engine for growth, but everything around it. And this is why I insisted so much on economic growth of a nation, because nowadays, or of a country, because if you compare Latin America and the Caribbean in 2025, you're going to grow 2% in Latin America. Do you know how much we're going to grow in El Salvador this year? Approximately 5, between 4 and 5%. And that is a big difference. And this is why this country has become so attractive, because it's growing, because it's safe. And obviously, this helps to attract foreign investment. And the foundation for all of these are the SMEs. So if we have a long-term vision, that's going to be key for a sustainable tourism policy. Thank you, Eric. We've run out of time. Thank you, Kayla, Eric, Fede, Angel. This is an incredible panel, so I hope that you took down notes. I leave here and I bring home with me what they said, and that's taking advantage of technology for the economic growth of a country through experiences and obviously through human resources in the industry, in the tourism industry. Thank you so much. And this doesn't stop here. I hope that I am able to continue sharing with each of you. With Kayla, I do it every day, but I have a project for Federico, for Angel, and for Eric, so that we can apply this in El Salvador, and why not in all of the Central American region that we must help for its tourism to grow. In 2024 we received over 23 million visitors, of which 11 million went to the Dominican Republic. Just so so El Salvador received 3.9, and then the rest of the countries receive less than 1 million. So Guatemala, Belize, Costa Rica, and Panama. And how can we increase these numbers? How can we attract more international visitors so that we can make more money, so our families can help make more money and grow? And in Central America, we have the largest amount of biodiversity in all of Latin America, meaning it's what the new generations are looking to find, experiences but connected to innovation and technology. Thank you all, and it is an honor for IDB to have picked us as the headquarters for this GET Forum. We asked for this with the Minister of Economy in 2019. It's been a couple years, but that's what life is all about. Persist. Be resilient, continue to go on to achieve all our goals and results. Thank you. Big round of applause for all of them. Congratulations, Minister Valdez, for moderating this panel. You definitely are at home. We're going to take the official picture now.
convencional y preguntarnos qué haría falta para que nuestra región pase del consumo a la creación de empleo.
Saben que para esta perspectiva quiero darle la bienvenida a Marcus Alvarez Myers, fundador de Odisea Lab, para quien pido un
Fuerte aplauso. Y para Mara
Big round of applause for Mara Balestrini, CEO of ELNet. To moderate this space, and Jean-Michel Boudon, Main Officer for Information and General Manager of the Department of Technologies and Transformations for IDB.
para que podamos responder a una breve encuesta y nosotros estar sabedores qué tan grande ha sido la satisfacción de cada uno de ustedes para este foro, para siguientes ediciones también. Así es que nos preparamos para el siguiente foro.
Let's get ready for the following panel, and we'd like to once again welcome you. Thank you. Here we are, Marcus, Mara, and Jean-Michel.
¡Ay, pero quién viene! ¡Ya se dieron cuenta! Está el perrito robot del teclado del Wii. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo? Ya pusieron nombre.
Oh, look at who's with us. It's a little robot doggy for the IDB. Does he bite? Come here.
In El Salvador, my second visit here. Very happy to be here. I know that you are very, very tired. It's been 2 very, very intense days here. You probably have a lot of things to digest in terms of, technology and innovations. A lot of very, very interesting session. But I'm going to ask you to bear with us for like the next 30 minutes. After that, there's a coffee break. That's the good news. After that, there's another 2 sessions. And after that, you're going to show us your dance move on the floor. So that's going to be great. Before we start, I would like to take this opportunity as well to thank my colleagues from IDB Lab for organizing this event. I know it's a lot of work. Yeah, you're happy as well? You're happy about the event? Thank you very much. So it's great. I know the stress, I know the preparations, I know the logistic and everything, so thank you very much for doing that. And so let me introduce you to my friend. It's my emotional support robot dog. His name is Jean-Raoul. Okay, how are you doing, Jean-Raoul? You good? Dame la pata. La pata, Jean-Raoul. Ah, muy bien. Okay. Lo que he dicho, puedes estar aquí, pero pórtate bien, No muerdas. No muerdas, Mara.
Be a good puppy. Don't bite anyone.
Siéntate.
Sit.
Because otherwise you're gonna. We have some work to do here. Could you please sit down? Siéntate, Jean-Raoul. Here we go. He's a pet, okay? So he's not listening very well. So anyway, so this is Jean-Raoul, okay? That's the robot. And I'm Jean-Michel, and I'm a real human being. I'm the CIO of the IDB, so I'm the manager of the Transformation and Technology Department, so I basically oversee technology, data, innovation, and transformation for the IDB, and I'm also supporting my colleagues from the sectors to put more data, innovations, technology to the operations that we carry in the region. And I would like to introduce you to my panelists as well. So Mara is, beside being an old colleague that we deeply miss every day at the bank, Mara Balestrini, is the CEO of ELNet, international organization providing a neutral and interoperable blockchain infrastructure designed to power digital public goods globally. And she's a leading expert in digital innovation. She has a digital transformation initiative across the public and private sector. She previously served as a CTO of the IDB Lab, where we worked together and where we met. The IDB Lab is the innovation arm of the IDB Group, obviously, you know that. And she also currently lectures on technology governance and cybersecurity at ESAD, and she holds a PhD in computer science from University College of London. and a board member of the Foundation Microfinanza BBVA. Did I miss anything? No? Okay. Next to Mara is Marcus. I don't know Marcus so well, but I met him this week here in El Salvador. Marcus Alburez is the founder of Odisea Labs. Odisea Lab is an innovation lab accelerating frontier technology in Latin America. They run technical education program, training over 1,000 engineer, acceleration program, where Odisea founders have raised more than $70 million of money. Driven GT strategy for some of the largest tech companies in the region. Published leading insight on the state of frontier technology in the regions across AI, cryptography, biotech, and other breakthrough technology. And Odisea Lab partnered with frontier tech leaders such as GRDX, Hello Tomorrow, SF500, Brazilian Confederation of Industry, Coinbase, Anchorage, Galaxy Digitals, and other leaders in the ecosystem. Did I forget anybody? No? No, it's good? All right. Fellow member of the International Strategy Forum, fellow member at the Interim Foundation, fellow member of the U.S. State Department Young's Leader of the Americas Initiative, and a School Impact Fellow. And he holds a degree in environmental governance from the University of Oxford. Correct? All right, I got it right. All right, so before, and I'm going to sit down in a minute, don't worry, but before going into the questions, I just want to give a bit of context about deep tech, okay? So if I give you my definition of deep tech, I see that basically at the intersections of two things. One thing is advanced and emerging technology, so we're talking about AI, even if some people don't really believe that AI is part of deep tech, but we can talk about that. Cryptography, biotech, quantum technology, so everything that is emerging. And the other intersection is basically scientific breakthrough, but with a purpose-driven objective. And the purpose-driven objective is making sure that we are tackling some challenges in developing sectors such as health, energy, citizen security, or education. So to make it simple and to put that in different words, it's about using technology, advanced technology, emerging technology, in order to improve life of our citizens in Latin America by means of, tackling the challenge or the issue that we have in education, health, and so on. So it's complex, it's different, it's not like any type of technology. It means different technology life cycle, that's very important, usually longer. It means different type of investment, usually more expensive, and it requires a different set of mindset, okay? We talk a lot in the past 2 days about collaboration, trust, partnership, ecosystem. So basically deep tech is about taking all of this at a different level. So it's very complex, it's very difficult, but at the same time can be a real strategic enabler for any type of countries that is ready to invest. So when it comes to LAC, it's a region where we do have challenges around growth, health, education, and energy. So looking at technology could be really a clear advantage for this country to overcome the challenges of the region. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next 25, 30 minutes with Marcus and Mara. We're going to talk about that. We actually wanted to change the title because, what if deep tech could, drive the leap forward, sorry. And we want this to be a bit more like, a bit more optimistic and a bit more concrete. So it's not like what if, but actually what it takes, okay? Because we're going to be doing that. So we're going to talk about the challenges. We're going to talk about the enablers to be able to do that. And that's pretty much it, okay? So what do you think, Jean-Paul? Do you think it's going to, do you think deep tech can leap forward? Yes? You do? All right, okay, all right. Thank you, Jean-Paul. Okay, now go back home, please, because we have some work to do. It's over there. Turn around. Okay, you can sit next to me if you want. Okay, he's going to attack me now. Bye. Don't go too far, okay? Because we want you on the picture afterwards. So we're going to talk a bit about robotic, I guess, on the sessions here. All right, so maybe a warm-up questions to both of you. So as I said, we really want this to be like very, very concrete in terms of making that happen. So in the spirit of what it takes for deep tech, what is the most critical enabler that we need to have in the region to make sure that actually deep tech can leap forward this this region. And maybe starting with you, Mara, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here, and I have to say that I also miss you and miss my colleagues at the IDB. So, obviously, leapfrogging through deep tech, it's a massive endeavor. It's a huge endeavor. And there are many factors that correlate with making it happen. But if I had to choose one, because I said I have to choose one, I would say that that is taking a mission-oriented approach. The thing is that to really leapfrog with deep tech, you must create a compound effect. You must be able to aggregate lots of capital, lots of actor, and lots of ambition. So you can't spread yourself too thin, that you're trying to do biotech and you're trying to do quantum and you're trying to do climate-related things. In my view, countries should be able to identify what is it that they need to solve, where they have a competitive advantage, and have a mission approach to direct all their efforts and ecosystems into making that happen. And when that happens, then you can have these aggregated results that can be transformative, because this takes time and it takes resources. It's like putting a man in the moon or solving problems like cancer. And we need to move away from being reactive, solving market failures, into creating new markets. That's my view.
So the purpose-driven things. How about you, Marcus? One enabler.
Is the mic not on?
Maybe
Maybe I can get a hand.
do we have another mic?
Do we have a...
Or turn it on? I don't know. No. Yeah. If we have a give you some time to think. Yeah. Always technology. Yeah.
Sure, if I spoke loud enough, people would be able to hear me, but yeah.
Just in case.
A ver, ahora sí. Perfecto.
Okay, perfecto.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here with you all, and thank you for the invitation to join you. You know, I think some context is also really important for the conversation, right? So, if we look at right now the state of Latin America, 42% of the world's biodiversity exists here in this region. 58% of the world's lithium reserves, right, which power that little thing we have in the region as well, and we have over 500,000 STEM graduates too, right? And you put all of those conditions together. There are countries that generate 100% of their energy from renewable sources and so forth. You put all of those components together, and what do you get is effectively a really ripe region that is just waiting to leapfrog into frontier technology. So as we think about enablement and couple that with, I think, your thesis of focus, I think the other focus, or perhaps the expansion to that thesis, is saying we need to also create a very regionally integrated market, right? I think we'll be discussing a lot of the challenges and complications, but frontier tech and deep tech in particular as a whole, I think will only truly take off if we have a much more regionally integrated market, because it doesn't necessarily make sense for, if you're specializing as an individual country on a particular, Chile, leveraging, tapping into lithium reserves. I think we need to make sure that we have a capacity to be able to export and share knowledge and resources and scientific R&D and so forth. So that's the critical enabler that I'm seeing right now in the region.
Okay, and if we gotta be too optimistic. So one blocker, one barrier, one thing that would prevent this region to use deep tech to leap forward. What would be that blocker?
Now mine is up.
So I'm next.
So I think that, and this is something that actually worries me quite a lot. I'm going to just take this off, sorry, because, by the way, it wasn't the most comfortable thing to be wearing.
Because you look like a robot, I told you.
Yeah, I look like a robot. I look like the dog. So I'm going to say that to me, and this is something that I'm actually really worried about, for you to really have a mission-oriented approach and be able to channel resources and efforts and so on, you can't do that in a context of political polarization, because you need a political will to unite behind one mission, a shared mission. So polarization goes absolutely against leapfrogging in any possible manner, and we do have huge polarization. The second thing is that for a country or region to leapfrog through technology, you might need 10, 20 years. And our political terms are 4 years. And that's not enough time. And we are seeing countries shifting priorities from one political term to the other one. That's never going to take us anywhere. So when Kennedy in the 60s decided that his mission was to land a man in the moon, this was achieved before the end of the decade, after he had died. But it was achieved. One of the key reasons why it was achieved is because the mission endured. And because there was one entity, in this case NASA, that had been mandated to achieve the mission, which means that accomplishing the mission did not rely on the government itself. Therefore, it was protected from any political changes and so on. So I do see polarization and lack of political will as a huge problem that we need to be able to overcome if we want to achieve this.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good point. I like your Kennedy example, actually. No, the NASA example and the moon example. Marcus?
I think, given that these frontier technologies are effectively, essentially, ideally being spun out of really deep academic scientific institutions, I'd like to believe that the critical sort of challenge for us to overcome is being able to take the scientific innovations that are being driven and are currently not being taken to market yet, right? So we make sure that the innovation that is happening at the academic level ends up being funded and ends up being scalable across the region. So I think scientific R&D is the major blocker, and commercialization of that scientific R&D I think is ultimately that core critical barrier that we need to overcome in the region.
Okay. Can I go back to you, Mara, and kind of like continue on the example of the politics, polarizations, change of political government as well, and the necessity to actually keep the momentum and keep some sort of like a lifeline across the different governments. So you work at the IDB, now you're the CEO of ELNet. What can we do actually? What is the role of global organization, the role of MDBs to be able to do that, to maintain this type of lifeline across this, to be able to send other men on the moon or do something else? What do we have to do?
Well, I think this is off. So nowadays, technology is inherently global. No country alone can develop a tech stack by itself. Well, China. But they build on each other's shoulders.
Yeah, that's true.
Innovation does not happen in a vacuum. I mean, China is developing a lot of innovation, but it's very much leveraging other like DeepSeek. DeepSeek came very quickly right after OpenAI, and innovation does not occur in a vacuum. So international collaboration is the name of the game, especially in more fragile economies, in countries with less capacity to innovate. Collaboration is the operating system of innovation. And that's where I see multilaterals to have a very special role, as they can foster these collaborations and ensure that there's more of a regional collaboration, a regional mandate to make this happen. And also multilaterals can do, for example, and let me just speak about the case of the IDB, of course, and ELNet, they can also create neutral shared infrastructures that can be made available for countries to develop innovation. This is the case, for example, in IDB created in 2018 the blockchain project to drive adoption of Web3 technologies. Basically, it created a layer 1 blockchain infrastructure for development purposes with regulatory compliance, and it made it available for the countries in the region to experiment. Why this is important? Because we didn't want to have a whole bunch of different chains that did not talk to each other, and then each country is reinventing the wheel each time. On top of ELNet, which is the organization that I now lead, which is taking forward the mission of this digital public infrastructure, we are running, for example, the CBDCs project. It's a project where we're creating technology on this chain for countries to issue their tokenized fiat money. We have 8 central banks collaborating in this. This is an example of how multilaterals can create digital public infrastructure that accelerates adoption and creates a level playing field for countries to collaborate and to develop innovation.
So being the bridge, I lost it. No. Okay. So being the bridge basically between countries at the regional level, being the bridge between government as well, change of government, and being the bridge of polarizations. That's kind of like that. Okay.
Yeah, and I think I should add something onto this as well. So, I think multilaterals do play a critical role, but beyond that, and on top of that, I think we were talking about, for example, the Fairlac instance, right? What we need to do is to, yes, leverage these multilaterals and so forth to roll out the kind of collaborative schemes, but also roll out these playbooks. But effectively, what these playbooks enable us is for universities, for accelerators, for investors, and so on, to say, well, this is the kind of regional coalition that will allow us to open source a lot of the learnings and the insights. There's a lot of deep tech alliances that are emerging now at the sort of nation state level too, and then being able to really empower those folks to say, we want you to steward this. The problem with deep tech is by the time you invent the technology and the time it gets to market, this will, you'll have 2 or 3 presidencies that have passed through this, right? So being able to overcome that, I think is, and beyond the multilaterals, I think is also an essential kind of barrier or roadblock that we need to overcome and work on.
Yeah, Marcus, can we actually stay on that? Can we actually stay on the investment? And so obviously in your role, so you work with institutional investor. How can they accelerate the deployment of deep tech? And again, with the technology for purpose as well, technology for good. How can you do that?
Yeah, there's some really interesting data here that speaks to the landscape of deep tech in the region. In fact, the IDB's The New Wave report that I think has been sort of a pillar for a lot of the conversation around deep tech in the region, pointed that between 2019 and 2023, there was a 600% increase in the investment of frontier technologies in the region. Last year alone, there was a reported 219% increase. So we're already seeing deep tech investment really take off substantially. It's still, a little smidge in the midst of, I think, this broader deep tech. If you're building a deep tech, it'll end up costing you on the order if you're doing things that are incredibly complex, tens of millions of dollars, that, perhaps at times hundreds of millions, right? And again, the time to market will end up being on the order of decades if in the most pessimistic of cases. So, I think those are 2 different, perhaps, questions and answers specifically on accelerators, and then I'll touch on the investment piece too, right? So I think accelerators are really good at hand-holding these deep tech players, right? So we've seen great accelerators emerge that are saying, look, we understand that there's a few examples that are really like GridX in Argentina, that does these matchmaking services that say sometimes, believe it or not, scientists aren't the best entrepreneurs. They're incredibly bright, but they won't, necessarily kind of take the best investor meetings, right? So GridX, I think, does a really good job of matchmaking a scientist with a founder and then supporting them in building their startups, right? Vesper is another really interesting model in the region that works very closely with the founders and says, look, I want to co-found effectively this company with you and help you take it to market. We run end-to-end programs, so we identify talent very early and then help them all the way through incubation, acceleration, and so forth. So on the institutional investment front, I think there's one component another stat that I think is really fascinating. We allocate very little, $2.5 billion so far into deep tech investment. If we were to, I think, there needs to be a higher mandate for institutional investors to allocate into these technologies. It's, to some extent like an order of priority for a lot of these larger players. So, I think if we start installing, we're already seeing a few inklings of institutional investment being rolled out at the pension fund level, but we need to do a lot more of that, right? So there's $1 trillion in capital here in the region. If just 1% of that went to deep tech, we'd already 4x the deep tech investment. So I think that's a critical role that a lot of these folks will play.
And let's stay on this. I would like to focus a bit on how do we do that? How do you build, being the founder of, how do you build this ecosystem of, startup investors to actually do that, make sure that you get all the money that you need, and at the same time make sure that it's for a purpose. So how do you do that?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, right? And it's all about like return on investment for a lot of these folks. They say, show me the numbers, right? And unfortunately, deep tech at the moment, if you want to invest in SMR, small modular reactors, right, it's really hard to do that right now. So we need to advance a lot of the sort of R&D still, right? We spent 5 times less on R&D than the average OECD country. So I think that being a really critical component of our thesis right now. And then starting to build this like pipeline of regulation that will unlock by the time, again, in the case of nuclear, by the time nuclear gets to the region, we have this very clear regulatory pathway that allows us to roll this infrastructure out as fast as possible. And then, you know, again, building this engineering pipeline. So again, we have 500,000 engineers, STEM graduates here in the region. Only 1% of them work in deep tech today. And that's just a massive lost opportunity. So I think those 3 critical components, regulation, acceleration of capital, and then technical education are pillars for this process.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. It's interesting. So we talk about investment, we talk about polarization, politics, enablers, challenges, and so on. But I would like to start talking about something that is maybe less tangible, which is trust. Okay, that's a question for you, Mada. I think sometimes we need money, no doubt about that. But how about trust? How do we make sure that we have the trust to be able to use this type of technology to adopt technology? Because at the end of the day, we are all human, except Jean-Raoul over there, who is not human.
Look, there's not going to be any impact through technology without trust, because trust is the main enabler for adoption. If there is no adoption, there is no impact. And trust is a very tricky concept. Trust occurs at the macro level. For example, 7 out of 10 people in the region don't trust their governments. So why would they trust the systems that their governments deploy in Latin America? Those numbers are from Latin America. And at the same time, trust happens at the micro level. AI can hallucinate. AI results can be biased. So how can we trust technology, right? And how can we trust deep tech projects? Honestly, inclusion and responsive technology is not going to happen by default. We need to design. It needs to be that we deploy these tools with purpose so that they cause a positive change. And for that, we certainly need to be, on the one hand, able to use these technologies to enhance and maximize trust first in the institutions. And we can do this. We can use Web3 technology. We can use blockchain to make procurement more transparent, to make decisions verifiable. And we can use also artificial intelligence, for example, to make public service delivery a lot more customized, a lot more transparent. But if we don't have the human talent, if we don't have the people understanding how these tools work, they won't be able to make sense of this. And you can't trust in what you don't understand. And so if we continue deploying black box algorithms and systems that nobody is liable of because nobody understands, we will absolutely fail at creating trust, which is again the number one enabler of adoption. And I think we also see it with this robotics and so on. It's very easy. If you don't trust it, would you take this to your house?
She doesn't trust the robots.
I really don't trust that thing there.
We cannot disclose what happened backstage, but she doesn't like my dog. But you're still my friend.
I will not adopt the dog.
Jean-Raoul is very nice. He's lovely. So we're actually running out of time. But I don't want to close this session before actually talking about, and you touched base on this, before talking about human and talent. Okay, I think that's very key, because yes, we need investment, we need a stronger governance, we need political alignment, or at least a strong political strategy, we need trust. But what is the role of human and talent in that story of deep tech driving the leap forward in Latin America? Yeah, I want to finish on the people thing. I want to finish with a human touch. We started with the robot, so let's finish with a human touch here.
Definitely, yeah. I think this is the crux of this entire question, right? And to be honest, this is a lot to do with capacity building and training. There was this conversation we were having earlier today, and we're developing Ferraris, but we don't necessarily have anybody to drive them, right? And so I think making sure that, and I love the story of Singapore. It's probably one of my favorite kind of development stories to some extent. when Singapore was an early nation, Lee Kuan Yew invested a third of the GDP into education, right? And you go to Singapore and their politicians, everybody's incredibly talented and well-educated and so on. So I think trust being derived as a consequence of the really kind of fundamental education that we propagate across society is going to be critical. And there's technical education programs that you can now disseminate online. You can go online and learn just about any technical subject. And I think that's important. We'll see this massive disruption through AI, which has been talked about for quite some time here, but being very critical with what we are teaching people today, such that their skills will be incredibly relevant to accelerate deep tech in a few years down the line will be important. Yeah.
Yeah, just to build on that, because I absolutely agree. I mean, you mentioned the case of Singapore, which is a great example, but also
I heard that Singapore is the El Salvador of Asia.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
But also take the case of Estonia. We had Sim Sikut here explaining the case of Estonia. What few people talk about is that 20 years before, almost 20 years prior to releasing the digital identity systems and the building blocks of e-Estonia, the entire focus was on education, was on making sure that we're embedding technical skills and that people were tech savvy enough to trust and therefore adopt these technologies. And this is absolutely crucial, and this is what builds human capital that in the end is the main resource for innovation. Countries that don't focus on developing human capital are very unlikely to achieve or let alone leapfrog in deep tech.
All right, thank you. I think we have to close because we're running out of time, but I want to try to summarize a bit, and I think we're very optimistic, right? I think deep tech can actually help this region to overcome the challenges that we are facing.
Realistically optimistic.
Realistically optimistic, that's the way to put it. We need investment, for sure. That's one thing. We need to invest on our talent and our people, because at the end of the day, this is the fuel of any type of transformation. We have to be a bit patient as well, because it's going to take some time. And we need a mission, a clear mission, and that stays the same over the years because it takes a bit of time. Governance, it's one of the things that we need to have, political alignment. And then if we have all that, it's going to work.
Amazing.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying with us so late. Please, Marcus, Mara, a round of applause. Don't forget the robot, because it's going to be very obsessed if you don't do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Marcus, Mara, Jean-Michel, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. What you said is incredible. Thinking about what expects us in the future with technology and what we could do. Thank you.
En este momento que aprovechamos la fotografía oficial, queremos agradecer a todos nuestros patrocinadores que hacen posible el Forum 2025.
Unicorn sponsors, Ayuntamiento de Madrid, Together International. There are Cibra sponsors, Alterna Ada, Banco Agrícola, Fusalmo, Tigo Business. Our Rising Star sponsors, Aplaudo, Cloud Partner, Banco Integral, Seed Lab, Elani, Endeavor, Meta Novamed, Red Hat, Visa, United Labs. We say goodbye to the robot. This is the time for coffee. Let's enjoy coffee and come back with more energies. You have 20 minutes. Please come back on time.
postre o una bebida helada a esta hora de la tarde. Vamos a continuar.
I hope you enjoyed your break. We're going to resume our sessions. And please, we hope that you join us for our next conversation, our next panel, rather. This time we will be joined by a panel that makes us question a lot of the things that we take for granted. What would happen if digital transformation and financial health could redefine innovation for micro, small, and medium companies? That is the question we may ask ourselves during this session. We will explore how the new creation of financial services, which are more accessible and detail-oriented, is changing in a way where SMEs grow, formalize themselves, and then achieve greater resilience. We are going to see some real cases, strategies that show how digital transformation, access to microfinances, and innovation with purpose translates into productivity. Any change that can be measured through specific opportunities for millions of entrepreneurs in the region. This panel will be bilingual, and so we ask that you please grab an interpretation device in the back so that you can understand everything being said. We now have our guests. Welcome, Aide Veronica Pereira. She is MIPE Fedecredito Manager. Kelly Avile, she's VP of Finances for Foundation Indoor. Carolina Valleja, CEO for Tigo. I'm sorry, we can't hear because of the music. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in your country. Thank you to the government of El Salvador, Group Lab, IDB Lab, for coordinating this important event for the development not only of the country but of the region itself. I'm very happy to be here in a panel surrounded by powerful women. It's like winning the lottery. It doesn't always happen. So thank you. Welcome, Veronica, Kelly, Carolina. Thank you for accompanying us in this panel today. Today we're going to speak not only of digital transformation and innovation for entrepreneurial growth, but we're also going to talk about financial health that goes way beyond the simple access to financial services. In our panel today, we have three different angles to explain how this transformation is taking place in Central America and particularly in El Salvador. Foundation MBEP, through the manage of value chains for different chains. Tigo, eliminating the angle of connectivity. Fedecredito, explaining how to reach the last mile. Today we're going to have the panel in Spanish and in English, and there is simultaneous interpretation. To get started, I'm going to switch to English. So I can give the floor to Kelly, but I think Kelly will say something in Spanish. Kelly, you're learning Spanish?
Spanish.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, TAS, MBE Foundation has worked with different partners, including IDB Lab, to develop programs to boost the digital and financial resilience of the MSMEs. In your view,
how are the businesses benefiting from these digital and B2B platform, and what impact are you seeing in their financial health?
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me. In order for me to answer this question, I have to answer it through the lens of the Amigo Digital Program, which was started and implemented by IDB Lab, AB InBev Corporate, and AB InBev Foundation. Amigo Digital was founded as a response to the COVID-19 epidemic and the devastating impacts COVID-19 had on MSMEs in the LAC region. The program was implemented in 7 countries: Mexico, Honduras, Dominican Republic, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, and yours truly, El Salvador. The program had 3 components. It was digital commerce, digital credit, as well as digital onboarding and skills. For the digital commerce, we utilized AB InBev's Bees platform. This platform is a B2B route to market place. On Bees, you can place orders 24/7, manage inventories, coordinate deliveries, accept digital payments. Not only that, but you also have access to 500 portfolio brands as well as 200 allied suppliers that also offer real-time pricing and discounts, which we know can be a game changer. For the digital credit that also utilized Bee's platform. And the credit offering was flexible, had interest-free financing, and they also implemented an alternative risk model. So if you were a small business owner and you never acquired credit before, they would look at your repayment ability and then willingness. So game changer, especially for micro enterprisers that haven't been able to access credit before. And the last component was the digital onboarding and skills training. The content was designed by Tech Day Monterey, and then it was validated by Unitar. So the content covered finance, operations, leadership, and of course, digitalization. They also included supplemental material to help users learn the Bees platform. To date, Amigo Digital has impacted approximately 2.4 million MSMEs within the region. So obviously, to me, that is a massive success.
In which region?
In the LAC region, in the 7 countries that I mentioned before. So again, that's Mexico, Honduras, DR, El Salvador, Peru, Ecuador, and then Panama. So the program was over 3 years, but again, impacting 2.4 million MSMEs, I think is a massive success, especially when we're implementing new digitalization tools. So we hope that their financial health will be sustained. Now, even though the program is completed, business owners still have access to the Bees platform. They will still have continued access to the digital onboarding platforms that they can use and implement at any time. Thank you.
That's quite impressive. Thank you for that. Okay, now it's working. Bueno, el proceso de digitalización no funciona sin conectividad. Y como escuchamos, 2.4 millones no pasará sin la ayuda de alguien como Tigo. Cuéntanos un poco sobre el impacto de la conectividad de Tigo y cómo eso está conectando y transformando la realidad de las MIPYMES aquí en El Salvador.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Katia, por esta invitación. También un honor para mí estar con tremendas mujeres en este panel. Y me dio mucha alegría cuando
I
llegué y
was
sí
very
quiero
happy when I came and I said I want to congratulate you to see how this many entrepreneurs of your ecosystem and see the interaction between government and private sector in this forum in this new El Salvador. Tigo is an operator that has been there for 33 years in El Salvador, and currently we have a 94% of coverage. But beyond that, I will talk about the importance of SMEs and what we have to do to achieve this transformation. If we look at Latin America, 99% of companies are SMEs or in our our countries, they represent over 60% of employment. So reality is that it's a big effort that we have to do among all the parties to achieve digitalization. To me, it's about three aspects. The first one is access and connectivity, because without access, SMEs do not have that initial connectivity layer, and mobile operators, we have a lot of responsibility. If we go 10 years back, over 50% of the networks were 4G. Now 94% of the networks, we are moving to new technologies. But there is a second factor, that is digital education, because an SME has access to connectivity. We cannot talk about digitalization. Real digitalization is when SMEs start to have access to selling through social media, marketing through social media, control their inventory, have an ERP to digitalize all processes. So I think this education layer, where we have been working with different programs that we are teaching women how to have more connectivity and how to use these digital tools, is very important, because more or less it is estimated that half of SMEs in Latin America, although they have connectivity, they are not using tools, real tools for digitalization. And when an SME starts to use these digitalization tools, their sales can start to grow in 10%. Basically, but then we have all the efficiency that they can have in processes and everything that they can have in their operation. And the third aspect that is very important, it's an ecosystem. As I said when we were discussing before the panel, I think the ecosystem of how processes are digitalized for SMEs is something very important, because this is very positive in the way I see it, because the country agenda has allowed for digitalization of many processes. So it's a big effort of these three variables to really get an SME to get digitalized. And we are going to go back to this topic to talk more about the long-term process. But going back to the last mile with Veronica, Fedecredito is the Federation of Credit Unions, so that is the biggest of the country. As you said, 54 are there, and they reach parts of the country, areas, rural areas that nobody else is there. How's the digitalization path to get to this last mile and strengthen financial health of these micro enterprises? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here representing Fedecredito. I am very proud to be in this panel represented by women, and I feel flattered to be a part of this GET forum. Fedecredito is the Federation of Credit Unions. We are the Fedecredito system, formed by 47 credit unions and 7 workers' bank, plus the federation, which is Fedecredito. In the last years, we've embarked in a mega project for digital transformation, where it's geared towards the inside of Fedecredito, but for all the 54 partner entities, and it's been a strategy. Digitalization has helped us with robotization of operational processes. It helped us with digital security, with our app, with FedeMobile, with biometry and the login and the transactions, security in transactions. This transformation process is geared towards having the customer at the center. They are always at the center. the main objective of this transformation within the project. We don't leave the customer, we don't put them on the side. As a part of this transformation, within the entities and within FedeCredito, we have a cultural transformation and change management. This is important because we know that there are generational gaps, cultural and educational gaps that hamper change in institutions and change so that the culture of our customers, that they accept that change, that digital change that we are going to. It's there have been changes. We also have electronic channels, and through these electronic channels and through the non-banking system correspondence, they are the neighboring Fede Puntos. Through them, we get to the most remote areas, the most rural areas of the country. We have a Fede Punto representing Fede Credito. And so the Fede Puntos have helped us to get to the rural areas, the most remote areas, and this has allowed for people, instead of they going to the city to make payments or withdrawals, they stay in their town, in their villa, in the Fede Punto, and they can do payments, withdraw money, receive remittances, which is a very important component in the Fede Credito system. Right now, remittances can be received in a bank accounts or in the cash registers, and in the Fede Punto Vecinos, we are the biggest financial network of the country. We have over 810 service points. The main agencies, we have CNBs, ATMs, etc. So we are the biggest network of the country, and this is how we are running the last mile in this over these years. And the Sistema Fede Credito, we have been in the country for 80 years, and we have been evolving. However, the quality loop has happened in the last 10 to 15 years, and the digital transformation process has been happening in the last 4 years. It's impressive.
Technology and adopting technology with SMEs is quick to happen at the beginning, but then how do you, what are the key elements to ensure that the strength is of the long-term health of these entities beyond the initial adaptation phase is happening?
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, I think the key component is internet connectivity, but reliable internet connectivity. Obviously, very important if we want to continue on a digitalization path, not just today, but moving forward. I would say next, I think sometimes there's hesitation with especially small business owners and micro business owners to adopt new digitalization tools. You know, they've been operating their businesses for so long, they don't want to change. They know what to order, how to order it, how to get their revenues in. So I think if we do continue to implore digitalization tools, we have to make sure that we're combining that with the ongoing training and support. I think ongoing training and support is absolutely critical, and that training and support also has to be very accessible. And then last but not least, I think, you know, we've talked about it for the last few days, and I hate to repeat, but public-private partnerships are really key. Public-private partnerships, like what we had with Amigo Digital, it really brought to the table the tools, the resources, and the geographic reach. It impacted so many people across so many different countries, in bigger communities and in smaller ones. So if we continue with these public-private partnerships, we make sure that we're committed to them, not just for the short term, not just for when the program is being implemented, but also after it's over, I think is also key. Thank you.
Hablando de mujeres,
Talking about
Carolina,
women,
conectadas,
Carolina, connected women from Tigo, how do you get that women, business women, that they incorporate the use of technology in this program? That is not so easy at the beginning in your day-to-day and in their businesses. Well, with our programs in the last 5 years, we have influenced 120,000 people and about 5,000 people in the last years. A lot of the things that happen, and some people have their business and they have handled it traditionally, or they think it's their baby that they saw it from birth, and there is a lack of knowledge in the use of technology, and sometimes they don't know, but there is no referent in the use of technology. So it's important that we get these businesses or these entrepreneurs, and we start to teach them everything related to the layers of technology, how to sell, simple things, how to sell through WhatsApp, how to sell by social media, how to advertise, manage their inventories, their finances, and we've seen a huge impact. We measure what happens after these trainings, how businesses evolve, and we've seen growth of 28%. There are stories. Some time ago, someone told me that they have a small shop in the rural area of El Salvador, and they said, well, I started with this shop where I would sell water, Coke, and then I started to sell a machine. I incorporated a pupusas a machine. This is a local food, and then I bought a second machine. So I said, well, what has changed? And she said, well, they order more because they order through WhatsApp. So it's small things. Hopefully, we start to evolve beyond WhatsApp, but just that an SME or a small sell point escalate with technology is very important. And we are at a time that is ideal for this because we have two important things. The first one is the change or reduction in technology costs. We can implement technologies. Technology implementation has reduced cost in 70% and the implementation cycles, because big companies, they have implementation cycles that are long, but SMEs with small changes or with small implementations, they can see the changes in their businesses. So I think that this is interesting. And the second thing is the customer demands that. So digitalization has become more, whether the company wants it or not, they feel the push of the customer to seek that the processes are digital. And speaking about that, Veronica, more challenges than you presented in rural areas regarding women. Talk about how do you reach women with credits to help them with their businesses. Fede Crédito has adopted a strategy to support women developing products. Basically, the product that we have is the account called Crece Mujer. This is designed for women, and it has benefits. The main benefit is a health benefit. The people in their communities, they have the right to go to doctor appointments with specialists, gynecologists, pediatricians, internal medicine doctors, something that they didn't have access to these services. We have 70,000 accounts of Crece Mujer within the system. And soon we will launch a platform where women that already have credits with us, they'll be able to offer their services and products at the national level so that they can have a better commercialization. And apart from the fact that they will have this facility to offer the services, they'll have some advice. Advisory will be workshops, trainings, network management, business plans, preparation, and organizing their businesses in the administrative side, income management or revenue management, digital marketing. The content of the trainings will be this, and on credit perspective, the credit products that we will launch in the coming months, we have traditional credit, which is a multi-destination credit. This is something that will have some specialized advisory and an interest rate that is preferential, besides the fact that requirements will be more flexible because it will be directly for women. And the other product that we have is opportunity credit. This is just for women who are clients of the system, customers. They are recurrent credits, and this is an opportunity credit that sometimes they need to invest, but because they already have a credit, they don't qualify. So we assess that this opportunity credit will improve their investment conditions, and they will improve their income. Or that's why we have designed this opportunity credit, and we think that this will improve their conditions in their businesses. They will become more productive, and it has a series of elements that are inspired in support to women directly. So these are the three products that we have, and the digital part. Well, our clients, we teach them how to use digital apps that we have in the system, and this is very important because we see how the people teach these women, our staff, they teach women on how to use the apps, the QR codes, so that people can pay through this tool. And so these women, they used to be marginalized, excluded. Now they can have access to financial services that they didn't have in the past. So basically, the products that we have, they're focused on reaching more women. Even the strategies for this year are geared towards serving rural areas. And this is important that we have identified that there are many women who don't have access to credit, and they have their productive units. Thank you for that. Before finishing the panel, I will ask the same question. How can we in BID Invest, BID Lab, help in the process and enhance digitalization opportunities of SMEs in the region? Perhaps Carolina would like to start. I see two verticals. The first one is the coordination between the private sector, multilateral entities, and how we involve local financial companies, give access to credit so that they get acquainted with technology, and also digital education. Digital education is something that SMEs will be forced to migrate to more digitalization, and education for them to do that is very important. Veronica? Well, perhaps support for co-creation of digital tools that are more simple to cater these market niches that are not being catered to, and learning about successful experiences in this type of digital tools that are simple, that are not complicated to serve this population.
Opportunities of the MSMEs in the region.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just being ready and willing to step in, really look at the lessons that we've learned with Amigo Digital. How can we expand on that? Maybe we can influence ourselves in different regions. Clearly, we want to make sure that we're focusing on emerging economies, but I think we ultimately need to make sure that we're keeping the conversation going, that we're not ending projects and just leaving them where they are, that there is some continuation year over year. I know I say that a lot of our projects already are multi-year, but still, I mean, this is something where we really have to dig in deeper instead of going wider. Somebody had said that yesterday, and that really hit home with me because, yes, and we have to make sure essentially that we're really getting it right in terms of what we're doing. We're not overdoing it. And yeah, I mean, I think that would be really key to ensure that we can instill these programs in different economies and they can have success.
This is not in the script, but do you feel positive about the immediate future in this region?
I do. How can you not? I mean, think about it. We're sitting here right now today. I have never been to El Salvador. This country is absolutely beautiful. It is an absolute pleasure to be here today. So, and in my role at AB InBev Foundation, I've had the pleasure of visiting different countries in Latin America, including Bolivia, including Colombia. And again, this is why I really have to learn Spanish. Have to. So it's incredibly promising. It's been great to see over the short time I should say that I've been at AB InBev Foundation, how much progress has been made. And it's been incredible to see the commitment on behalf of private and public actors across the whole geography. So I'm incredibly positive, and I'm in 10 years, who knows? Sky's the limit. Thank you.
Very good. Carolina, ¿cómo te sientes?
No, muy
Carolina, how do you
positiva.
feel? Very positive, definitely.
Yo creo que hay
I think that there is a lot of push for things to happen. There is a good platform. We talked about the levels of growth that we are seeing, so I think this will evolve really well. How do you see the progress in the coming months and few years in El Salvador? Well, my country has had a radical change at 360 degrees. We feel very happy to be in such a safe country as it is right now, and this security has allowed to make economy more dynamic. The SMEs, MSMEs have been more dynamic due to security. And they have become more dynamic, and the perspective is positive, and in the case of the Credito, we are embedded in this digital transformation that there is no way back. We are doing that, and about my country, I'm happy that things are being positive. I think that with this positive note, we will close this conversation. I want to thank you again for being with me, for giving us your ideas and your vision, and a reflection that innovation and technology are not the end goal. They are engines that can transform the financial health and the health of the community and the health of the country. We as BID Invest and the BID, we are here to support you for the transformation process, financial solutions, investments, knowledge, strategic alliances, I think that this event represents what we can do, and I am very happy to go back to El Salvador and learn more about this country.
Thank you all. Thank you. What a wonderful panel, what a wonderful group of people. Um, and how wonderful is it to think of innovations for smaller business? Um, Most definitely, FedeCredito has helped activate El Salvador's economy. If you can please scan the QR code every time you put it up here so that you can do it. And those of you that haven't answered the survey, takes 2 minutes. And this is very useful for future editions of the Get Forum 2025. You know, we hope that you're able to share everything you've experienced here, what you've felt, what you've experienced, what you've learned, the expectations that you had about this particular event, and of course the satisfaction of the days that you've been here. I'd like to say hi to everybody who's following us. There's a lot of people here who are connected and would like streaming. So hello. We hope that you connect or come with us at the Get Forum. El Salvador has this has been not only the home for the Get Forum 2025, but this is a country that is welcoming, that has given everybody the chance to get to know it, and you can drive through the country the whole day. So you can never say it's, oh, I didn't have time to go to the mountain, to the lake, to historic sites. You can do it all in one day if you just set it up right. So I just I'd be happy to help, and so you can visit with all of your families. Come visit us. I'm sure you're gonna love the warmth of our people, and we'd be very happy to be in the Get Forum. This next conversation that we're gonna have is something that we generally skip over. You know, the questions we make, because when we speak of AI, and the true risk is not about the speed of change, but rather, you know, a lot of people say, oh yeah, we're moving in the wrong direction, and that gives us a lot to think about. And the next question, and this panel is called, what happens if we're not making the right questions about AI and the future of jobs? So here we're going to explain how AI is redefining functions, you know, whole sectors. What abilities will be truly decisive in the next decade, and how can we ensure that this progress helps us and can generate more exclusive and equitable opportunities. So listen in critically, and don't be afraid to challenge our ideas. So Here with us is Fernando Crit, co-founder of Key Institute, Guy Ney, responsible of the public sector. To moderate this conversation, we'll also have Tomas Bermudez, general manager of the Regional Department of Central America for IDB. A round of applause. Good afternoon. Welcome to this last panel of the spectacular Get Forum that we've had in El Salvador. Welcome, everybody, to all the other panelists. So one of the things that we have been discussing in these last couple days, not just here, but I guess when you wake up in the morning and you open up the newspaper, it's the transformative event that or effect that AI is having basically in everything that we do. We've discussed it here, but so this is something that we do since we wake up. Intelligence has, I think AI has changed the way we look, and this has really affected how we live our lives. And so a lot of the times of the jobs that we see today are subject to be automated one way or the other, and this is going to entail an important transformation of occupations as we know them today. There's a web study that has been quoted in several of the panels that we have been seeing in this last 2 days, where it says that labor skills of Latin America may change very significantly in the coming 5 years. So when faced with this reality, what is the region facing? And the truth is that we're facing quite important challenges as far as the skills their workers must have to face the future, and this is something that we're going to be discussing in today's panel. We also have a gap as far as education, as far as what we are and how we are training people to be able to capitalize in the technology we're using. There's also a gender gap. Women are overrepresented in occupations that are to be replaced by AI. So, in this reality, it's important that to figure out how we include technology in our region. How do we bring it on board? And I think it's also quite an important tool for both of the challenges that our region is facing. One is growth, and the gigantic challenge that we have as a region in Latin America, which is our productivity. And I think that ultimately, we have a tremendous advantage, and this is definitely one of the karmas in the region. So one of the questions that I have in this panel is clearly relevant. What would happen if we are not making the right questions about AI and the future of our work? And this is a reflection that we're going to, a conversation we're going to have with my panelists. I'm going to introduce them. Jose Escamilla, Associate Director for the Institute Tecnológico Monterrey. Fernando Crit, he is a member of the council and co-founder of Key Institute, and Guy Ney, who is he works for Google Cloud. And I'd like to start with you today, Jose, and from the world of education, from the educational world that you live in, what do you think is the most important gap that we are seeing when we speak about skills in the era of AI? Hi, good day, everyone. So very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I have a couple answers for that question, and for me, I think it'd be about collaboration. Not so much so with, not so much a gap per se, but there's so much collab that we're still needing, and I think the educational sector, the university sector, that I am part of, I think we should be working with the same sense of urgency that we were working on during COVID, where we worked together, we collaborated, we shared best practices, we did things together, and we are no longer doing that. For me, that is something, that is a debt that we have. We need to collaborate, we need to work together more, and basically, I am part of AI Gen, which is a network of universities doing things together. There's 50 universities throughout Latin America and Spain doing things together there. And what we are searching for is two things: to participate in cooperation activities, exchange that may have to do with the use of technology in education, with curriculum things and optimization processes. And last but not least, ethical frameworks, institutional policies, and so Latin America is much more affected than other regions. And to do that, basically only 7 universities had a guideline, and so this is impossible. So we're very behind. And I think the most underrated subject here is soft skills. And the skills that we're going to need the most to be most successful in the use of AI are these skills that on the one hand make us more human, empathy, creativity, so on and so forth, but also those that make us critical users of AI. And I like to speak of complex thinking as a micro skill, critical thinking, scientific thinking, systemic thinking, all of these skills, which are, of course, basic, are required to make critical users of AI. So if an excellent depends on this, then, a lot of universities aren't giving the necessary skills. So universities must start thinking on how we place more emphasis on the development of these skills. And if you ask anybody, you develop critical thinking with students, and they're going to say yes. And you say, show me the money. What are the activities that are taking place? How do you measure them? How do you develop them? We don't have that. So during the course of education that we have, we must develop our skills. So we have to focus. We have to place our focus on developing these skills. And it's imperative that students are able to develop these skills. Thank you, Jose. Going on the academic section, Guy, you and I are seeing a digital vision, and I know that we've had time to discuss some things. And in some countries, what's taking place in the country you're at? What is being done well? What do you think? What do you think they're missing? Thank you for having me. Yes. Okay. So it's great that you ask what they're doing right and not what they're doing wrong, but technology does go hand in hand with whatever a government decides as policy. And so that really, when governments or countries that have implemented the cloud first regulation is being able to close gaps much faster. The fact that there's public policies on how to use AI is helpful. And just to have a vision of not have local data and the use of using the cloud, because at the end of the day there isn't any AI without a cloud. You need to have it, or you're going to have it with your own data in your organization, which is something that isn't as broad. The other thing that we're seeing is very important and is missing in pretty much every single bit in every single region, in every single country, is how do we program with universities? How does because what is happening nowadays is what's missing, and pretty much every country is hoping to develop different types of educations and pillars like AI, cloud, and we go back to the same thing. If we have any regulatory obstacles, then there isn't any AI and there isn't any cloud, and there isn't any cybersecurity either. So we are figuring out how to work with the private and public industry along with, to be able to generate these capacities. So I'm very clear on the regulatory aspect, the use of the cloud as a sort of way to train. And we're talking big conversation. We're talking about data, and that data is just a whole other panel. But anyway, at the end of the day, if somebody sets up a data center, it continues to be a cloud. The problem is the scale in which you're able to do it and the cost. When you bring that together and you put that together along with others, and the cost is lowered, and you can change the technology and do it faster. So everything, at the end of the day, you can have a local cloud. That's fine. Fernando, so a little bit from your perspective, you work with companies. What do you think is the strongest obstacle that companies in Latin America are looking at for the option of AI? What are you looking at more closely? The obstacles that companies are facing. What do you think is the main obstacle at this? I think that really depends on what phase the company is. I think we're this is entrepreneurship, and so in this, I think it's really very different. When you have a company with 10,000 employees with a very clear core business, for example, I have one foot in one and another foot in the other, and I think they're very different. But I think we have a society, we have an opportunity, and I love this forum, and I love the original question, which I think is framed differently, because a lot of times when we speak of AI, and as far as the future of the work, then it gives you recur to fear. What the work is. Will some of the jobs be automated? But in my view, a lot of these jobs are going to be enhanced by AI. But undoubtedly, every single occupation is going to be touched by this. And it's the first time that I'm here with the hat of co-founder of Key University, of Key Institute, and I'm also founder of Código, which addresses the same issue from a different perspective, that we just recently did a very important pivot on, and that is in model of accelerated education as far as technology to address this gap and close that gap, that skills gap. And we just did a very important pivot as far as in AI goes. But in Key Institute, we had the opportunity to begin universities from zero, and we had the joy of doing this hand in hand with the Tech Monterrey, which helped us so much with, the resume and curriculum. And we just, we're not experts, but we also wanted to do this. We wanted to create a university of today for the future. So to summarize, and doubling down on what Jose was saying, what we figured out is young people, anyone who is embarking in this new career, need to have the skills agility. The world is changing very quickly, and these power skills that that sometimes are called soft skills, are at the center of Key, of course. And what we want is to create a world-class university, for engineering, from El Salvador to the world. And hard skills, are important, but each time more and more these skills are available in Gemini. They're available in at the palm of our hand, in our mobile phones, and that information is completely public at this point. And so, jobs are going to change, occupations are going to change in such a way where we want to protect our students, and basically we are trying to collaborate to help. Large things are not, I mean, so how can we change a problem? How do we question AI when they're saying do something, but there are certain red flags there. So turn around and think about it better, or find another resource. We have to think about creativity, how to think outside the box. That is another one of those skills that we have that are incredibly important. And communication, how in the forum we're here, how does an entrepreneur stand in front of investors and convince somebody to join you, convince programmers to help you develop a solution for an important problem. So these are all the things that are never going to change with the perspective of an AI that sort of improves a human being and doesn't replace it. Yeah, so we're talking about soft skills and communication, just like Jose mentioned during its intervention. Jose, going back to you. So from the tech, and if you were to, help IDBs, you said, Tomas, what are the two public policies that that should be prioritized from the perspective of education based, in relation to AI? What should the must goals be? I see like 3 levels. A more institutional level, and so at a regulatory level, there should be public policies that promote equality, responsibility, accountability, ethical use of data, but never hinder innovation. Also, institutions must have institutional policies that regulate a lot of things that happen in the institution. And so I think here it's more about less regulation and more responsibility, assume responsibility for these institutions. But also require technological infrastructure. Government can create or facilitate the creation of these communities that I was mentioning, to share things, create these public assets in the country that may help to be used for other institutions. And human-wise, I think this is very important. And as far as the units for artificial intelligence, there's a first general layer, understanding how it works, how it's used, what are the benefits, what are its limits, and becoming a responsible user. But we go into a little bit more, a more specialized field, and that's not what a lot of people talk about, at least in the universities. We have to figure out, what is the new study plan, or what is the new curriculum for medicine students, because what's going to mean to be a doctor during this time? How is AI going to affect all these careers? And it's a very complex situation, because AI is a moving object. And so all of this is a moving animal, so to speak, and it's ever changing, and it's changing as we speak. So what are these tools going to look like? They're going to help people continue to learn and continue to be successful. So we have to work on our critical thinking. We're going to have to, be okay with, or be comfortable with learning every day. And we're going to have to find out what are these new skills that we're going to need to acquire. So thank you, Jose. Guy, so you also mentioned in the last mention, what are the habilitating factors that a government should take over for AI? What specific examples have you seen in governments and companies that are using AI to close gaps and that are moving or, I don't know, taking a great step towards changing. I can give you so many examples, but we're going to run out of time. People are going to be upset. So we're in El Salvador. Let's speak of specific cases that we have seen here. As we discussed earlier on, regulatory. 2023, there was a law passed for transformations, seeking that, or seeking for everything to work into a cloud. 2025, new law for AI, and they were searching for the best practices around the world instead of generating a gap. They figured, okay, what are they doing in Asia? What are they doing in Europe? And they founded a national AI office. And so how is this being handled here? There's very specific things that we need to handle. Education-wise, there is a very ambitious project. So they were going over how to digitalize 1.2 million students with specific tools. So they begin to use technology, teaching them, okay, you have your email, you have your productivity. This is already done. They have 47,000 teachers learning how to use Gemini. So just imagine. You have a teacher nowadays, they're going to be able to take the exams, take a picture of them, upload them into the system, and then figure out how everyone did in their tests and provide feedback to each student, where their strengths are, where they need to focus on, and so forth. But most important than that, then you can see it as as big data, and then they can figure out where to focus education, where to lean education, and then look at curricular plans, and then figure out where what needs to be done. The case that I think is most important. I'm sorry I'm taking more time, but I just saw these results 3 weeks ago. I don't know who here heard of Dr. SV. I don't know who heard about the app in El Salvador. I went to visit that today. So this app was launched 3 weeks ago, FYI. And this app began with 260,000 people in the pilot. We're generating peer review, evidence-based medicine. It's in Lancet. It's going to come out in the Journal of Medicine. But today, I went to see what the results were looking like. In 17 days of results that they've gathered so far, they have 250,000 people who have downloaded the app. Out of these, they've already conducted 94,000 doctor's appointments. Today, they broke over the 10,000 appointments in one day. The existing health system could never handle 10,000 appointments a day. So, people are creating TikToks and saying, oh, it's the first time I see a doctor because I didn't have to, wait for an appointment 2 years from now. So, this is providing technological access to the public to make their lives easier. And so when you're doing an epidemiology study, you can have a quicker metadata study. That 95% of the cases that they're seeing is a respiratory issues because it's getting colder. People are getting sick. But then you can start seeing, oh, where in the country is this a digestive issue? Oh, maybe the water quality isn't that great. So that influences everything else. You create access, and at the same time, you're able to improve quality of life of your citizens. Yep, I was able to visit that today as well, and I've never seen that I haven't seen that anything like that in the region. But they also have an AI module to issue a diagnosis. Sorry, important, I forgot, and we're very proud. So, does someone know here what is the average of diagnosis for doctors around the world in the Maya Clinic? So here in El Salvador is below 50, top of the world at 80%. That new system that is being used, and it is documented, mind you, in peer-reviewed journals, they're reaching to an assertivity of 91.3% in the diagnosis of patients, and it's also been 500,000 patients that have gone through this system. So the ones that they did during the pilot, the ones that they did over the course of these 13 days, and the ones that wait, but it's not that Gemini is doing the diagnosis. Gemini is helping the human doctor to obtain a better result. So you're just enhancing The skills of the doctor. Yes, the doctor is in the video conference with the patients, and when as he asks questions, at the same time he's using Gemini, so that um, they hear, oh yeah, did you hear about that? Oh yeah, no, does that medicine have a counterindication for that patient? And it helps to rethink the whole time so the diagnosis is more accurate, and then it compares notes between the doctor and the AI. And that's why assertivity is so much better. That's a fabulous example because it also feeds Gemini sort of feeds the doctor and vice versa. So they feed off each other, and then there's also a way to buy medicines, and so I think it's a great example of things being done right. So a way that, and this is a way for the country to save because they began to use a network of pharmacies, which is of course private sector, and government pays. Okay, so you're done with your appointment. This is your QR code. This is the nearest pharmacy to you, and same thing with labs. And what does the government do? You go ask for your medicine. Pharmacy hands it over to you. It's free because government is going to pay for it. And then when you say, "Oh yeah, but the government isn't paying," the private system. Wait, how? Where's the money? How's that? Yeah, because the government will no longer be buying these medicines that at the end of the day expired or whatnot. No, they're going to let the experts, which are the pharmacies, handle it themselves. So they, instead of buying them themselves and handling that logistic, they're going to procure those pharmacies.
This is a good use of AI. Fernando, the question is from the education perspective, are we educating technical team, management teams that the companies need to strengthen this AI ecosystem? What are we missing? Where are we? From the point of view of a key institute, what do you think you can do? I agree with Jose. It's very important to learn how to learn and learn how to unlearn and then learn again. So professionals who are here, we have to get into that mindset because things are changing. There are tools, and there will be tools that we will have in the coming years. So it's a mindset of taking advantage of the moment, the technology, the opportunity, so that as human beings we can be more productive and efficient, and that we can solve problems we thought that was not possible to solve, and use them in favor of companies, entrepreneurs, and productivity. And within this, it's a principle that can be applied from the perspective of college, like giving a class about how to have this skills agility, but it's part of the culture of a company, having programs, training programs, hackatones, disruptive thinking programs that help you get out of the routine and learn again and see from outside what is happening, and continue to be curious about the new things that we can do with new tools. Thank you, Fernando. And to close, this is a quick question. Jose, I want to ask you, there are countries that have started to think about a change in their curriculum from very early ages. And the question is, how feasible do you think it is in Latin America? What is your vision about that? Should we change it? How do we change it? Is there any experience that you think it could be an example of something good that is happening? When I'm asked this question, generally I answer like this because there are teachers in the area. So I say, well, schools and universities, we didn't want we didn't ask for these tools. These tools came and they're there, and teacher and the students are using them. So we just have to see how to use them. I think that the most concerning thing in education, in basic education, is cognitive discharge, development of basic skills is a problem in recent studies, and the other is psychosocial, emotional problems. So there are serious problems. It's not. There is a correlation, not a cause-effect relationship proven, and this problem could be aggravated with the use of this type of tools. I want to take the opportunity to speak about the WEF study that you discussed about the change in work. For 2030, there will be a 7% of net winning of employments, but there is a 22% of new employments or employments that will cease to exist, and people will have to be retrained. Universities cannot bring people back to universities. So another thing for everyone, for public policy, startups, universities, is how we are going to retrain or train these people who have to remain in the labor force. An event that we had, we talked about how to identify the most relevant positions that we require for industries, the most important industries, and you can do it with traditional methodologies. And I wanted to share that we are using AI, processing of natural language, and to identify through data vacants published in El Salvador. We could do that. In Mexico, we are doing it for the automotive sector, IT, and biopharma. We download all the job positions every 2 weeks from different sites where there are vacancies published, and we see the most important positions of every sector, the taxonomy of competencies, and for every competency, what is the definition of skills, attitudes in real time. And with this, we generate a report of every sector every 6 months, where there can be information about timelines and the positions that are increasing in demand, lowering demand, and what are the competencies that are going up and down. This is important information that can nourish university curriculums that unfortunately are quite low to react. That's another thing that we can discuss, but also to find potential gaps between graduates and the people who are looking for a specific job profile, graduates who haven't had a job, or to train people with specific programs anchored in the true needs of industries and businesses. Thank you, Jose. Guy, if you had to come and meet the president of the country, and he asked, what suggestion can you give me to prepare the labor force that I have? What is your recommendation? What we believe is that we have to collaborate. With governments, private industry, and with the educational system and the different levels, schools, universities, and upscaling, rescaling of people who are not in continuing education, because we have these fast changes, and the Ian will not, AI will not take our jobs away. Those who can use it will take our jobs. And this is not a privilege, it's a right of every citizen to have access to use those tools to improve the quality of life. So we need collaboration and find this upscaling. We see that between Google Cloud and IDB, we have a program where we are training. We announce 10,000 students in El Salvador, and we will announce in other countries. As a company, we are training 200,000 people in AI capacities in universities in 10 countries, and we have started with different governments to make programs where the government can deploy them. And an example is in Mexico. We sat with the other companies in the industry, and we generated a curriculum for upskilling of the rest of people who are not students but need to have access to this technology, and this has to be something easy to access and free of cost for citizens. Fernando, I'll give you the last turn on the role of the schools, education centers in achieving this labor transition that Jose was mentioning just now. Well, as I said before, I have a small internal conflict with my two hats. First, in code, I am very thankful because Código is a project that has had an impact. We co-created it along with IDB Lab, and really it addresses it from a perspective of upskilling and reskilling. We have an offer of boot camps, and we have a series of scholarships, ample scholarships for young people to get trained and how to leverage AI for data, for development, web development, and we also have AI for teachers, and in teaching, I think AI has the capacity to really transform education, customization that you can do with tutor AI. It's something that we should mention. It's got an incredible power, and from Key Institute, Francisco Ardin is here. We have a great team. We are we have an idea of leveling up the playing field from the social economic perspective, and the only relevant thing to determine and potentiate the best talent, technical talent of the country, that is hunger, capacity, and the desire to thrive. We have a scholarship fund. We have three computer engineerings, and in manufacturing and robotics, and also in the, industrial engineering. And so I think that these are examples, living examples of how we are trying to address training and having a core of talent that is ready and willing to solve the challenges with this new reality with AI and the rest of the disruptive innovations. I'm sorry. We have to talk because we are doing something in this region, and it was a pleasure to see what you are doing in your institute. And on that note, we close. This is the last panel of this GET forum. It's been a nice conversation, a very rich conversation like the ones we've had. We are going to the closure, but I would like to thank you for your presence in this last panel, and special thanks to our colleagues from IDB Lab that have been working in the organization of this event, and especially to our partners from the Salvadoran government that have been extraordinary in accompanying us. Thank you, Jose, Fernando, Guy, for discussing this relevant subject of interest for us. We will proceed to the official picture. Phase. We've had quality sessions that have been extraordinary. Share your experience through the code so that you can give us your comments. During these days, our country has been the host of this Get Forum 2025, land of volcanoes, waves, and we remember that energy, resilience, and capacity to get transformed are born from the deep, and how ideas turn into actions, connections transcend borders, and the talent of our region rises with vision and hope. Everything we've learned and shared and dreamed of is not only in our memories, but that this gives us a drive so that we are more inclusive and sustainable. Thank you, everyone, for believing, for creating, and for being a part of this movement that today from El Salvador is having an impact in the region and the world. To have an idea of these 3 days that have been wonderful and get more excited with what we have experienced, we want to share a very special surprise with you.
Sean todos bienvenidos a Get Forum 2025.
incredible and spectacular. It's
ustedes sean parte de esto, no se sienten
great.
amenazados.
Are you
Sí,
excited
¿verdad?
that you are a part of it?
Sí, me encanta. Bueno, les cuento, esto continúa así ya para el cierre. Queremos
To
ofrecer
close,
la
we want
pantalla
to
basura
give
del
the
Foro
closing remarks
2025 y
of the
queremos
Get Forum
pedirle por favor a
2025, and
nuestra
we want
compañera
to
diseñadora
receive
Alejandra Fleitas, ella es
Alejandra
representante
Fleitas, interim
IDB del
representative of
Salvador,
IDB
me
Group in El
acompaña
Salvador,
César
and with
Bonadilla,
her
él es
Cesar
director
Bonadicha,
de
interim
Desarrollo
head of
Tecnológico
the
y parte
Development and
fundamental
Acceleration
del
Division
sistema de
for
IDB Lab.
IDB Lab
Bienvenido,
Ecosystem. So
Alejandro.
welcome.
Los micrófonos, por favor. Ya sabía, ya sabía.
Thank you, everyone. After the video, there's not much to say because it was the best recap of these 3 excellent days. So I'll try to be very brief. I would like to thank the government of El Salvador for its support, hospitality for this event, and to the partners that made it possible. I also want to thank the 160 speakers that with their experiences and stories made us question the status quo with creativity. I also want to thank the colleagues from the government, IDB Group, all the people that behind the scenes made these 3 days possible. We generated a safe space for creativity and collective construction. And lastly, I wanted to share that it's been a privilege that through the group with Google Cloud and America en el Centro, we formalized an agreement to develop advanced skills, and that as a part of this agreement, El Salvador is the first country in having 10,000 scholarships in high demand skills that we hope this is the beginning so that other countries of the region can access these opportunities. And without further ado, I want to thank you, everyone who came. Welcome to El Salvador. Cesar, thank you. Alejandra, thank you to the IDB representation team of El Salvador. We have a wonderful team. The bank has the privilege of having local people. The Salvadoran and Central American team are exceptional partners. It's been intense. When I've seen the video, a good event is intense and you end up excited and exhausted, but you have to be more excited and exhausted. This is what a good event is. I am excited to go through these 3 days from the innovation village. That was an important thing, and IDV had never had an event open to the citizens. We are very well in the hotel, but going and being with the people and presenting the work of the bank to the citizens, to the families, university students, it was very exciting. These 2 days have been quite productive, and I think a good event has two parts. The celebration, library, listening, silence, and there have been panels with silence. At the AI panel, I was thinking, how are we going to get updated to continue to be valuable for the societies of the future? But most importantly, we have noise, the music of words, and when you go to the hallways, I was desperate because I wanted people to be in the panels. All my colleagues, we were shepherding people, telling them to go there. Well, I've loved. I have been excited of the networking amount of networking that we've had. We have the online thing and everything, but in this event, I don't know if you felt the same thing, but went to the hallways and you could feel that people were making connections that were relevant for everyone. There was something that was working out there, and these intangible things are very difficult to, and it's not only about us, it's been something about all the participants, and a round of applause for all the participants and their commitment. And then an event happens in the time of AI, but also in a space, and now the space is El Salvador. I have a close relationship with El Salvador, and I'm very excited to see a country that is getting transformed and that is fulfilling the promises of a country that wants to have a future. And we have positive changes in human talent, in mindset. El Salvador is positioning as a hub for innovation, technology, investments, and I wonder if this is something that we have done, or if it was necessary. It was fundamental so that the Get Forum was consolidated as an innovation space, going to one of the places in Latin America when innovation is growing in a more important manner. So thank you for the commitment of the Salvadoran colleagues, and this growth in innovation is well deserved. And in the changing world where we are, I will say that we have news in the bank, and the president and that was not here because of a previous engagement. In a video, he wants to share some news and some things that I think are important. So please listen to it.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person, but I would like to say I think it's fundamental to have BitLab or IDB Lab and to have this Get Forum conference. Innovation, solutions, leadership, it's the focal point to generate innovation, but in scale that will bring productivity. I have special news. Ram Macmillan will be the new CEO of IDB Lab. With over 25 years of experience in the public and private sector in impact investments. He will bring his experience for this new phase of IDB Lab. I invite you to welcome him to the new phase of IDB Lab. I want to thank IM for a great job, Magdalena, that is working, and it's with you. Welcome, Graham, and thank you. And
Hello. I'm very sorry I could not be with you in person, but I wanted to give these words in these closing remarks because the GET Forum is one of the most important conferences of the IDB and a very relevant conference of IDB Lab. It's a place where companies, startups, innovation, productivity, everything gets together to show where we're going with our innovation, with our IDB Lab. And I want to give you good news. I want to give the welcome to Graham Macmillan, 25 years of leadership in philanthropy, of investment, of impact, of public sector, of private sector, in various areas. He will bring his fresh ideas, scaling our initiatives for this new IDB Lab Plus, which is the second phase that we're looking for in our transformation of Impact Plus. I would like to thank IDB Lab in general, but in particular Irene Arias for what she has done. She has brought IDB to the stage today. And I would like to thank Magdalena for her work and her transition for Graham Macmillan. So thank you very much, and long live IDB Lab.
Thank you. All of this applause is for Irene and Graham with all the future that we hope is going to be consolidated in IDB Lab. And the next one is going to be well, together. So just want to thank everybody who helped put together this event. We're going to continue, but if we can, if we get the people from the IDB group, if they could stand, everybody who's collaborated, everybody who's worked so hard, just please stand up. Also, the people from the Salvadoran government, come on, if you can please stand. People from the producing company that allows us to have these wonderful graphics, by the way. And having said that, as my dear friend Steve Jobs would say, one last thing. Veronica? Right, yes. Thank you, Cesar and Alejandro, for that thoughtful message. And, you know, we're also excited for this wonderful news that the chair of the IDB group has shared. Best of success for IDB Lab in this new phase. Round of applause. All may you be blessed. Wish you every success. And now we will wrap up through magic. My name is Veronica Guerrero, and in my career, it's been a true privilege and a great success having been able to share with you in this important event. You can't believe what it meant to me. And when we speak of magic, we speak. And I appreciate your wonderful words throughout these couple days. And because this is so magic, we are magic. And these 3 days, we definitely were filled with magic. You know, living everything we lived. And most definitely, we hope that as Salvadorans, we want you to take that with you to bring one of the best memories of this experience. And this is why we are about to receive in this scenario, in this stage, somebody that already filled us with wonder, a digital magician. He is French, and he blends traditional magic with high technology, creating visual experiences, creating incredibly surprising experiences that combine reality, digital effects in real time. He has kept his digital show. He's brought it to TV and international scenarios around the world, and he's been able to captivate multiple audiences at a global level, showing how creativity and technology can indeed come together to tell impossible stories. We'd like to welcome, let me see if I can say it in French, Moula. Welcome. Hello, everyone. We are going to have an experience.
And for that, we will do something special. Take a look. Take a look on this image. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Thanks to Get Forum! Muchas gracias, Get Forum! So, ahora vamos a hacer experiencias. So, tienes una billete, one bill. Do you have a bill of $5? Someone? Anyone? $5?
No, sir.
$5, $20. Give. Because I bring you. How much is it? 5? 5, okay. Come with me on stage, come with me. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Boris. Boris, come with me. Let's make a round of applause for Boris! Yes. So Boris, special trick for you. This is a machine totally forbidden in España, in Salvador, mas este machine es muy mágico. Mira, $5 aquí, yo voy a hacer eso. Y aquí hay un botón muy especial, tú puedes tocar. ¿Sí? Sí, ok. Oh, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Ahora hay 2, 5 euros y 5 euros. 5 euros. ¿Quieres una máquina como eso? Sí, ok. Se le vende después el show. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Hay una persona que tienes una bill de $20. ¿20? ¿Tienes? ¿20? ¿20? Sí, aquí, por allá, por allá. Ok, mira. Ok. Ok, $20. Ok, perfecto.
$20, please.
Por allá. Ok. Un truco especial. Un truco especial. Mira. So, Mister, can you come with me on stage? See, what's your name? Christian. Christian. Mira. So, Christian, yo tengo, Christian, ¿no? Christian, yo tengo el bill de $20. Aquí yo voy a cortar. Está bien, está bien. No es separado en dos partes. Más ahora, mira. Por allá hay dos partes. ¿Tú prefieres yo eso o eso? Eso. Ok, tú puedes hacer aquí, perfecto, ok. Y mira, aquí. Tu mano por allá, ok. Y mira, 1, 2 y 3. Desaparecer. Mira en tu mano, ¿qué es? Perfecto, es aquí, es aquí. Más, viene para allá, viene para allá porque, viene. Hay una cosa que es increíble. Todos los billetes, every dollar bill have a reference number. And here you have a QR code on the screen. You can see a QR code that you can scan. You take your phone, just scan this QR code and you will arrive on a picture on Instagram. You can take the last picture. You will see there is a picture in Get Forum inside this. So inside this picture, you go on Instagram and there is a picture with a prediction here, with me in Get Forum with a prediction. And now, if you look the number of the prediction, it's 471003. I show you under this camera. Here on Instagram, there is this picture. If you have your phone in your hand, it was before the show. I post 471003. 471003. Can you read the number on the bill? Here.
Yeah, 471003.
Exactly, I show you under the camera. Guys, here, there is 471003. Muchas gracias, Christian. Let's make a round of applause for Christian. So now, guys, let's do a crazy experience. Just take your phone like this. You take your phone. Todos los celular por allá. Todos celular. Todos. Por allá aussi. Ok, perfecto. Ok, hay mucho bonito celular. Ok, está muy bueno. Ok, todos. Ok, ¿cómo te llamas? Cristina, ¿hablas español, francés, todos, friends? Ok, perfecto. Let's make a round of applause for Cristina. So, Cristina, tu teléfono es muy especial porque eso, yo voy solamente a retirar eso, tú puedes hacerle, ok. Y yo voy a preguntar una cosa, Cristina, tú vas a hacer el password de tu teléfono, más para allá, ok. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage, Cristina! Okay, so now can you enter your PIN code on the phone? But don't with the camera, okay? And you close everything. Okay. Okay. Can I show this page? Yeah. Yeah. This. Yes. Okay. Okay. I prefer to ask. Huh? Okay. So it's here like this. Everybody can see. Okay. Can I show also the picture, personal picture?
Yeah. What is?
¿Puedes mostrar los fotos? No, 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 no. No, no, I will not, I will not. I will not show the picture. Okay? ¿Todo bien? Okay. So, ahora vamos a hacer una experiencia. Okay. Por allá yo tengo, como se llama, un balón. Okay? Que está aquí. Sí, globo. ¿Cómo se dice globo? Okay. Y vamos a hacer una protección. Aquí hay Instagram, Outlook, Shop, Playground, mucho, ¿ok? Y mucho notificación, 400, mucho notificación, mucho. Ok, ok. Come with me, and mira. Mira la protección. 1, 2 y 3. Y ahora en tu teléfono hay el balón. Y tu teléfono es el balón por allá. Y vamos a hacer un truco especial porque yo tengo un material que es muy especial. ¿Quieres saber? ¿Sí? Ok. Es un material que tú vas a gustar, mira. ¿Te gusta? ¿Puedes probar? Sí, probar. Ok, close your eyes, and probar fuerte. Ok. And close your eyes, and probar. No. No, porque el teléfono es aquí. Tú vas a hacer eso y hasta la destrucción del teléfono. No, está... Oh, no. Oh, disculpa. El screen. Ok. Vamos a ver para allá. Hay un otro truco de magia. Ok. ¿Qué es eso? Es un blender. ¿Qué número tú prefieres? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ¿Qué prefiero? 5. Ok, es perfecto porque hay solamente 5 modos. 5 es el más fuerte. Mira. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y... ¡Perfecto! Ok, no funciona, ¿sí? Así. Ok, no está. ¿Tú tienes iCloud? Ok, iTeam, iCloud, ok, podemos ver si funciona. Bien para allá, ok. Aquí. Ok. Aquí hay un teléfono blanco con 3 cámaras, mira. ¿Todos es aquí? ¿Es tu teléfono? Instagram, 400 notificaciones. Nike, ¿sí? Sí, perfecto. Es el teléfono de Cristina. ¡Yes! Sí. Más, Cristina, es tu teléfono, tú puedes tocarle el teléfono, tú puedes mover. Sí, you can move it like this. Ok, sí, ok. Tú puedes mostrar el otro lado, sí. ¿Cómo? Sí, yo voy a ayudar. Ok, bien, sí, es el buen teléfono. Tú puedes hacer el teléfono en esta dirección, yo voy a ayudar. Ok, vas, ok. Y ahora vamos a hacer una cosa muy especial con todos, ok. Ok, bien para allá. Y vamos a... ¿Qué haces? ¿Tú quieres hacer una foto? O... ¿Podemos hacer la foto? ¿Quieres una foto? ¿Quieres una foto? ¿Con el teléfono de Cristina? Ok, vamos. Ok. Everybody like this. Todo el mundo. 1, 2, 3. ¡Woo! No. Todos. 1, 2, 3. ¡Woo! Ok. ¿Puedes cortar las luces que es aquí para avoir una good photo? You cut the light. Like this we have a good photo. Light aquí. Corta. Ok. Everybody. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Okay. And now
me and you, like this, and we look, woo! Okay, don't move. I push. Everybody, everybody! Woo! Woo! Everybody! Woo! Tutto bene? Todo bien? Okay. You want to see the picture? Sure. It's your phone. Show us. Oh, mira, aquí hay la foto de todos. Todo el mundo es por allá. Perfecto, perfecto. So, muchas gracias. Es un placer. Bye bye. No más notificaciones. Ok. ¿Tú no necesito el teléfono? ¿Está bien aquí? Yo no quería hacer problemas. Yo voy a te dar el teléfono. ¿Ok? ¿Ok? Tranquilo. Tú tienes otro. Tú puedes estar aquí, por allá. ¿Ok? Y vamos a hacer como eso. ¿Ok? Ok. Ok, perfecto. Oh, es como un iPhone Max ahora. y mira, es el mejor momento del espectáculo. Excepto por las notificaciones. Mira, aquí no hay nada. Okay. Y aquí, mira. El teléfono va a desaparecer. Más. Yo tengo una present, un cadeau, como un regalo, se llama un regalo en español. Ok, un regalo que está aquí. Y mira, este regalo es para vosotros, para tú. Sí, aquí hay, en el cadeau, mira, hay, no posible, mira, un otro regalo. Y por allá, ¿qué hay? Un otro regalo. Aquí. ¿Tú puedes abrir el otro regalo? ¿Qué hay? Oh, un iPhone en un balón. ¿Cómo se llama? En un globo. Y si vamos a ver, es un iPhone que es blanco. ¿Puedes confirmar que es tu teléfono que está aquí? Sí. Es el teléfono de Cristina. Es el teléfono de Cristina. Más. Hacemos una foto todos. ¿Tú puedes ver la última foto? ¿Qué es? No, hay la foto. Vamos a ver con la cámara. Come, Cristina, come. Aquí, mira, en el teléfono, aquí hay una foto y es la foto de todo el mundo que es a Get Home. We can make a round of applause, please guys, for Christina. Thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure to be with you at Get Forum. Muchas gracias. Está un placer para mí de estar aquí. Vamos a ver soon. And if you want to see the picture, Christina, you send the picture and we will share it here directly on the Instagram. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Gracias todos. Viva Salvador. Bye. Gracias.
Fuerte el aplauso para Paula Mati.
Gracias.
He left the money making machine here. So technology, innovation. And so on behalf of the everyone here, government of El Salvador, IDB Lab, Agrisal, we'd like to thank each and every one of you for being part of the Get Forum 2025. And the best thing is that we hope to see you next year. Have amazing success, and because here in El Salvador we are party animals, and we're starting in December, so we're saying goodbye to 2025 and welcoming 2026, just like it should. So we're gonna have a party. It's gonna be where you had lunch, and that's where everything is getting ready. Great music, great food, and so you may have the opportunity of continuing to speak and meet and get to know each other. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.